the need for industrial rock 30,000 tons per kilometer. Reference from Hatagoson 2022. 4. Industrial rock shortage area. From DPIM assess the amount of industrial rock reserve according to the needs of province. There are reserves available for approximate about 13 years. 5. Industrial rock reserve. Export reserve of industrial rock that are sufficient for the actual need of the area. And 6. Management of industrial rock, approximate management approach. Objective, 2 items. 1, new mineral deposit area for mining purpose industrial rock, and 2, to prepare suggestion for the management of industrial rock in Buriram and Sulin province. Operation step. 1, I study previous work and industrial rock reserve and the suggestion from the industrial rock and government policy. Next step, determine factor. I study from environment such as forest, water source, and size and place. In industrial rock reserve and demand and supply. Next step, analysis. I analyze from spatial analysis using GIS and quantitative analysis by statistic data. Next step, I define area, news area. I define form of mechanical analysis of area and geological characteristic of mineral resource and distance from my area to customer. And next step, prioritize area from analytical hierarchy process from Hatagoson 2022 and suggestion and guideline. Target and duration. Target to assess area with industrial rock potential in order to propose new mineral deposit area for mining purpose and to have sufficient reserve of rock to meet the need of the area. Duration 10 months, March to December 2023. Productivity and outcome. Productivity, 2 items. 1, mining potential area, industrial rock to propose new mineral deposit area for mining purpose at least 2 area. And 2, suggestion for appropriate management approach. Outcome. My outcome is Buriram and Sulin province have sufficient industrial rock reserve to meet demand and supply and efficient area utilization planning for industrial rock utilization. Prototype case study area to new mineral deposit area for mining purpose. It is information for planning mineral management in the area, and it is information to support policy decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Sherry. Okay, take it easy. So, yeah. Are there any comments from participants? I think you might have some comments. Anyone? Go ahead. Yeah. Introduce yourself and
My name is Visaluta from Mineral Resources, Office Division 3. I think that Ms. Montili quite very good in presentation about the methodology or step from their research. Even I'm not in the part of the mineral, I understand how she wants to do. So
Thank you.
very good compliments. Anyone else?
Admire for Monsali. You are the first one to present today. It means you is very
Very
lucky.
very brave.
And your presentation is good, very good, and I think you can adapt, or if teacher comment you is maybe it's good for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good, very supportive. Okay, just for the time, I think Khun Monsuri, you did a great job on being the first among the participants of today's presentation. Your slides might have to improve a little bit in terms of spelling and using the English or something. When you spell the name of the province, Buriram, as you can check on your title, and in other slides, you spell it differently. So which one do you prefer? Buriram with R-U-M or Buriram with R-A-M? Spelling out the province name of Thailand, I recommend that everyone consult the dictionary or something, or the official dictionary of spelling the provincial names. Okay, there's the rules of how you transfer the word, Thai word, into English, and using different. There are different ways of spelling, but hey, make it the standard one. And also, if you go through your slide, you can see that sometimes you mix the capital letters with non-capital. Can you go to the next slide? See, the first one, you have conceptual framework. You have C as not the capital, but the rest of your topics are starting with the capital letter. Okay, try to make it consistent. And when you give a talk through your slide, you don't need to mention first, second, or one, or two, or three. Just try to connect them together, saying like, today outline, I'm going to give you about the conceptual framework, and then after that, the objectives, and then operation steps. You know, just to make sure that you're not going to stuck with the number, right? This is going to help you on the how to give a presentation, right? Can you go on to the next slide? Okay, this one is very problematic for me to understand, because when you say conceptual framework, you start talking about the first one, is the industrial rock is important to the development of the country. You don't have to say one, you know, the industrial rock is blah, 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 and then two, mineral deposits area for mining purposes. I don't really quite understand what you are trying to tell. Okay, this is one of the weakest slide that I can pinpoint. from your presentation. You are trying to introduce the conceptual framework of your study. And then you have to think about how you are going to, basically this is about the introduction, right? Introduction of your work. Where was it come from? How important of the matter that you are going to study? You are trying to introduce it to the audience, and then you try to tell them about why you are going to do this and how are you going to do this and what are you going to get it as a result of the study. So this is something that you're not supposed to come out and say 1 second, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Try to link it together and make it because of this. So that's why we're doing this, and because of that. And if we do this, we are going to get that, blah, blah, blah. You know, you have to connect them together and make it a story. Some story that will encourage people to think that, oh, your work is so interesting and very important to do it. You know, try to make it. Like, try to make the good impression to your audience. Can you go to the next slide? Okay. Judging from your slide outlines, you really need a lot of linking of your study. Previous, I mean, in terms of literature review, if you go on to the next slide. Next slide, next one. This one, this is the procedure of your work, right? Okay, it might be good to have all this, but then again, I've been a little bit worried about you to seeing these slides. You have a lot of details in it, but then the good thing is that you can lead through your slides slowly. It's going to be better if you can point it out on your slide using the pointer. Because when you start talking about something on the slide so that people can follow you. All right. And the thing that I'd like to mention is that you have to stress on the literature review more. Make it come out so that people can understand what happened in the past and why do you need to do it today for what you're going to get. I hope you can catch all the words and the meaning that I'm trying to convey to you. Okay. All right. Can you go on to the next one and next one so that I can see? Yeah. Yeah. So see, Buriram is using a RAM, right? Syrian provinces and utilization. What is the other word for utilization? The outcome, something. You already had the outcomes. You mean utilization of your work results, right? Okay. Okay, that's it. I think that's all we have for your time. Okay, for now. If you have anything else, then hand me the proposal and also the PowerPoint so I can have a look, and then I'll correct it for you if I can. I mean, okay. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
teacher.
So our next speaker, yeah, please. So the next speaker will be Kun Surachet. Okay, Mr. Handsome guy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Surachet Lomtham from Environmental Geology Division. Today, I would like to present my AS topic in landslide risk management in geosite area case study ผาช่อแม่วาง National Park เชียงใหม่ Province. Sorry. Oh. Use file ตัวนี้เซฟมาตัวตัวนี้โอเค My topic today, I would like to talk into topic the project proposal and literature review. Introduction and background of the study. ผาช่อ area is located in Mae Wang National Park in Chiang Mai Province. This area is a high-level terraced deposit of the old river. Is a semi-consolidated soil and the keep erosion by water and wind. Some of area have vertical crack and develop to the whole. There is a possibility to collapse. Is make case danger to people who visit. This is a ผาช่อ area, and that is my study area. This a picture show landslide scar in ผาช่อ area. This is area of study about 3 square kilometer in ผาช่อ area. My study objective of my study 1 to essay list of landslide in geosite area as ผาช่อแม่วาง National Park เชียงใหม่ Province, and 2 to make a guideline for management of landslide risk area in geosite area as ผาช่อ area แม่วาง National Park เชียงใหม่ Province. My work for the first collect, provide and update data, and the next step to get data to make a statistic model and have a few work survey check for 3D laser scan and drone survey and other. And the next step, compare of study from model and field survey. And the next step, to make a landslide risk assessment and database. And the last step is make a guideline for management of landslide risk assessment in geosite area. Outputs of this study: 1. Landslide risk assessment in ผาช่อ area แม่วาง National Park เชียงใหม่ Province. 2. Landslide risk assessment map in ผาช่อ area แม่วาง National Park เชียงใหม่ Province. outcome of this study, Mae Wang National Park has a guideline for management of landslide risk assessments in geosite area. Use and effect. One, Mae Wang National Park can use this study result to develop a guideline for management in geosite area. Two, people who use service in Mae Wang National Park are safe in life and property from the landslide. Literature review of this study, landslide risk assessment is a likelihood of ever consequence from a landslide such as if it can happen to life, property, social, economy, and environment, and can happen both individual, community, social, or country level. The first lecture review is landslide risk management of Patong City, Phuket, Thailand. Study from Solaram and author. Hazard, they use weighting factor method for its major factor. Exposure, they use a building data from a taxation map and vulnerability classify of building from taxation map to the next literature review in the topic integrate efforts for landslide risk assessment using geo information tool and field data in Hindu mountain range, northern Pakistan by Nisha Ali Shan and Arthur. Hazard, they use 9 factors to study with frequency ratio method, and the exposure they use a physical exposure, building utility and infrastructure from this area. For the next lecture review is topic landslide risk mapping in an urban area of the city of Natal, Brazil, study by Dadala Benzela and Arthur. Hazard they use for 11 factor and they use AHP method to study. Exposure they use physical vulnerability to refer the mark of the building, unity and infrastructure. And the next lecture review is a landslide hazard analysis and damage and assessment for tourism destination as Kandi Kuning Village, Tabanan Legacy, Bali, Indonesia. Study by IN Sunata and Arthur. Hazard they use 11 factor 4 factor and use weighting factor method. Exposure they use physical vulnerability refer to the damage to the building. And the next is possibility landslide hazard and risk mapping on Penang Island, Malaysia. Study by Siloli and Biswajist Barapahan Assad, they use 10 factor to study and by use frequency ratio method. Exposure, they use physical vulnerability to study. This is a compare of my study and another literature review that I research. Thank you.
Thank you, Khun Surachet. Any comments from the audience? Khun Surachet has given us two parts of your presentation. You have the proposal in the first part, and then you give the literature review in a separate section. So it would be my suggestion would be if you can blend your literature review into your main proposal, that'd be best. Okay. My quick question would be, the good thing is that you have done quite a number of literature reviews using a case study from various parts of the world. My question would be that of all the papers you've been through, you already did some comparison showing on your very last slide on the tables. However, what I'd like to know is which one is the best method carry out in any of the paper that you have reviewed. Is there any the best method that you used in your study, and why?
Is the best method, I think, is study from Nisha Ali Shah, study in Pakistan.
Do you have any reason why you think that this is the best methodology that you are going to apply for compared to other papers? Is that the third
Is
one?
the method is easy to do, easy to show now. It used weighting factor method. It's easy to do, and
It's easy for you to carry out.
yeah, and
But saying that it is easy for you to carry out, is it the best one among other methods that you have read about? เป็นวิธีที่ดีที่สุดไหม
ดีที่สุดเลยก็คือเดี๋ยวขอตอบเป็นภาษาไทย ก็คือข้อมูลเรามีใกล้เคียงกับเขาอะครับ แล้วก็เป็นวิธีการที่ง่ายที่จะทำนะครับ
Easy to use,
ครับ
effective enough,
ครับ
it's good enough for your study.
ครับ
Okay, this kind of thing you have to point it out to the audience. Okay, put it into your introduction. When you summarize it in your presentation, you give like one at a time, right? One paper at a time. Basically, I don't want you to do that. You don't have to go through it one by one. It's just a matter of you have like 5 or 6 papers that you have gone through, okay? What you have to do is you summarize them all, blend them together, try to come up with the best possible method that you think will give you the best result, that you think is going to fit very well to your study. You might use the same type of method that they were using, but then again, they have applying to their own country. Then you want to use the same method to apply to your country with similar condition, similar factors that you can control. This is reasonable to say, okay? Other type of method, you might say, okay, those methods might be more superior than this one, but then you don't have resource to use that kind of method, or you don't have any data to reach out for this method. And you might say it, okay? It doesn't matter, but it's just a matter of trying to make another story from your literature review, but not showing like one at a time, you know, 1 slide per paper, 1 slide per paper is not going to help, because you are getting into too much details of the paper. Or maybe it's not just details, it's just a topic of just the title of the paper and then the authors. And then you didn't actually talk much about the methodology that they have used in their study. It's not going to help the audience to be convinced that, oh, this is why you use this method in your study. In order to say that you are going to apply this methodology to your study, you need to convince the audience that among the papers that you have read, this is going to be the best method based on this key paper. Other type of methodology may be available, but this one cannot be applied to our area because of this, because of that. You might have to convince the audience, okay? So don't separate it, don't split it, blend it in, make it only 1 or 2 slides. Don't list it out, like making a story of it. Yeah. Okay. In general comments, the color of your slide is too exciting. It's all red, and it alert everybody to, oh, this is dangerous here. Okay, so the color is so, you know, so it might be too exciting to see your PowerPoint. So is that the way you want it? Is that the way you want the audience to feel? Like, oh, all things are red. Okay, alert, alert. Is that right? Yes or no? Seeing this color. Imagine if you go to the presentation hall and the light is going to be a little bit dim, right? It's not going to be bright like this. It's just going to be a little bit dim. And you walk into the room as everything is red, like, you know, the audience face is all red. How do you feel? Is this?
Its original is orange, but it show in
Is the orange? But you have the
shows
orange
yes,
ribbon on the
orange.
side of your page already, right? That's the orange one.
Yes.
And then you have all the 90% of the area, or sorry, 80% of the area red, right? Maybe think about it, okay? Okay, make it softer. It could be a pale pink or something, or turn it down a little bit, okay? Yeah, that's my suggestion. Writing English. Can you go on to the 3rd slide? It might be good if you put the slide number on your page presentation as well. I'm trying to try to go through the writing and make it good English. Okay. Say, for example, the last paragraph. That's not a sentence. Writing English is about writing a sentence. Every sentence put together. You put together all the sentences to become a paragraph. Just try to make sure that every sentence you have a sentence, it's not a phrase. May cause danger to the people who visit. This slide is actually very important because you're talking about introduction and background. You might refer to some of the study. You might refer to some of the study, how they actually conduct the study in order to create a risk assessment for the geosites, okay? Because the more that you get through your slide, we lost the tracking of, oh, what is this all about? This is about the assessment of risk hazard of landslide in geosite. At the end of your talk, we already forgot about geosite because you never mentioned it again in your talk. But we like to see what happened to other geosites and how did they actually carry out the work, and then how they actually apply to the geosites, the management, safety management of the geosite. This is the kind of thing that you might have to think about and might add to your proposal, and especially on your presentation. I think I take a lot of time already. Is there any other comments from the audience? My last suggestion would be that you need to put in a very strong evidence of linking between literature reviews toward your methodology. Okay, just to make sure that you link your literature review to the methodology. And then after that, you have all your study done. If you don't really catch my words, come and talk to me in person, okay?
Okay,
Because this is after all in English, so it might be too fast for you.
thank you very much.
Well, it's about time then. Thank you very much. Yes, so our next presenter will be Kun Kanika. Is Kun Kanika in? Kototho.
กนิการไม่อยู่นะคะ
Okay, if she's not here, then we skip to the next one. Kun Tasanaporn. Is Kun Tasanaporn in?
Tatsunapan from region 1, she inconvenient to present because she in the event cannot present.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For now.
And the next
Pubet.
Pubet from Kokomo, he would like to request to postpone in the afternoon
Okay, yeah.
period.
Next, Krita Pop. Are you here? Maybe not.
not here yes
We'll call him out later. Kun Jantani, are you ready? Kun Jantani is also in the field. Okay. Kun Chitrawadi.
โอเค
There we go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. My name is Jitawadi Suchaha. I'm a geologist, professional level from Mineral Resources Division. Today, I would like to talk to you about my Today, I would like to talk to you about my individual study under the topic of evaluation of mineral deposit area for mining purpose. The case study of fluoride. This is overview and introduction for concept my IS. This picture show you mining purpose. Mining purposes is an area of such rich mineral deposit of high economic value and must be evaluated by Thailand Mineral Framework Classification or TMFC to be able mining activities under the Mineral Act BE 2017. And let's go to the next point. My talk will be in 4 parts. I will begin by looking at the conceptual. Then I move on to the objective and goals, methods, and timelines. And toward the end, I will resolve and utilization. So I'm going to start with the conceptual in the first part. Under the Mineral Act BE 2017, DMR as a secretariat of the National Mineral Management Policy Commission shall prepare database on mineral resources exploration, mining potential areas, classification of area, or type of mineral for which restriction or conservation should be area or type of mineral for which restriction or conservation should be introduced, an area of such rich mineral deposit of high economic value as to be designed as mineral deposit area for mining purposes to be used as information for the preparation of the mineral management policy and master plan. For mining purpose of the mineral management master plan issue to used data in 2020 that not update and use the criteria of only one type of industrial rock to determine which may not be suitable for some minerals. So to find the criteria that are suitable for mineral fluoride, therefore it is the origin of the topic of this study. This slide show you objective and goals. My objective in first one, review and update the fluoride resource accounting database of Thailand to ensure that information is accurate, complete, and up to date. Number two, improve the factor used to evaluate the fluoride score according to the Thailand Mineral Classification Framework. And goals. Fluoride resource account database of Thailand is accurate, complete, and up to date. 2. Factor or suggestion for improving the factor in the fluoride resource classification according to Thailand Mineral Framework classification. This slide show method in this IS. First, I collect, study, and analyze data such as previous work, mineral statistics, production technology and industry, and environmental and health impacts. 2. Evaluate and update mineral resources account such as improving data, quantity, value, mineral resource area, mining potentials area, and mineral conservation area, and then evaluate the area according to the Thailand Mineral Framework classification. Number 3, improve the factor used to evaluate score according to the TMFC. And the last one, prepare recommendation report and map. This is a timeline of IS. Duration 10 years. And the last slide, I talk about the result and utilization of my study. The result of this study is fluoride resource account information and recommendation on the evaluation of fluoride according to the Thailand Mineral Framework classification present to the subcommittee on determining criteria for mineral resource classification and demarcation of mineral resource for mining under the National Mineral Management Policy Committee and utilization. The subcommittee on setting criteria for mineral resource classification and mineral resource zoning for mining use the fluoride resource account information and recommendation on the evaluation of fluoride according to the Thailand Mineral Framework classification of fluoride in consideration of mineral resource zoning consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Be very quiet. You can ask in Thai if you want. In English will be better. Well, Kunchitravadi, I like the color of your slide. It looks smart, simple, but elegance. Okay, so when you prepare your slide, just make it look like very simple but professional. All right. Okay, that's a good thing. Yeah. So can you go back to the very first slide? This one. The third one. Yeah, number 3. By the way, for the previous one. Yeah, this one is a little bit difficult to explain to you, because you have a lot of areas, overlappings, and different words and meanings, and a lot of them were written in Thai, and you didn't actually really mention what is this all about, but you just went straight to the mining purposes for that particular small area. It might be difficult to lead the audience to understand what are you really trying to, because I know this one is very important in term of what is this, what is the thing that you want to introduce to the audience, but then you did not really explain it out clearly. So that's why everybody has to guess what is the area that you're looking for, what is the mining purposes you're talking about compared to the other type of areas. Okay, this is one of the weak points that you have in your, you know it, right? Okay, and the next slide. So remember that your idea is actually built around that concept, right? Once you get into the topic, it's a kind of, you lost the connection between what you're looking for and how are you going to get it. How are you going to get it? How are you going to get it? How are you how will you know how the method that you're going to use, okay, is kind of missing. So once you start talking about the topics, that means you know exactly what you want to convey to them. In other words, if you start your talk with the topic, that might be a little bit better, because you start off with telling the audience what you're going to talk about without really getting into details. That's fine. You don't need to really connect it, but once you start to introduce the definition, that means you're getting into the subject already. And then you step back and say, oh, this is what the topic that we are going to talk about. And then you zoom in again. That is sometimes rather confusing, okay? And the map that you put it on, you didn't mention it, right? My suggestion would be, whatever you put it on the slide, make use of it. Otherwise, no point to put it in. It makes the audience distract to other things. Even you talk about the topic, it's only like 40% of your slide area, but you discard the rest of the slide without mentioning to it. So it's not worth put it in. So the audience start to have some question. What is the reddish kind of purple color on the map? What this is all about? Then you didn't talk about it, you just skip it. Right? Okay, next slide, please. This is like you start to come back to the definition and the concept again. Okay, so you see it lost connection. Okay, this one you talk about data and the area and the frameworks and whatever. Okay. Okay, next one, please. And then from there, you jump to the objectives and goals. Still, the connection is not very clear. All right. But I know that the objectives would lead to the goals. Okay, this one is quite reasonable, and the texts are not too much. Okay, the next slide. Then the methodology. What's missing here is before you introduce your, is that methodology or is this the work procedure? Is this one the work procedure or is this one the methodology to you? มันเป็นวิธีการในการศึกษาหรือเป็นขั้นตอนในการทำงาน Make sure what you are talking about. Okay, if you talk about work procedure, is different from methodologies. Okay, so you want to put in procedures. Work procedure is okay, but not methodology. Still then we are not very clear what methodology that you are using. Okay, so you have to convince the audience what methodology you're using and why you're using it. If you're not clear about this, come and talk to me. Okay? All right. Next slide. This table also have some problem. If you put in the activities, right? Activities on the first column. Don't put it too much. You have to make it short. Make it like 2 or 3 words the most. You know what this is all about? Collect, study the basic information, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Make it 1 or 2 words, okay? Review and update the fluoride resource accounts. And then you don't need the rest. Make it short so that giving the slide presentation is not giving them a page of text. All right, different. Make it short, okay? The timeline, okay, fine. Next slide. This one is a little bit, you put in too much text. Make it 2 slides, okay? Split it and try to make it like a point form. It's easier to see, okay? Next one, please. Oh, thank you. Okay. So you are willing to collect like 10 years data, something like that? Is it what you say? Or you say just the data, yeah. Statistic, yeah. Okay. I think that's it for now. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Good slide, good slide. Thank you.
The next one will be รัชนิชนค่ะ No อ๋อไม่ได้ส่ง โอเค Okay, the next with ทศพล ทศพล เดี๋ยวรอสักครู่นะคะพอดีอาจารย์ติดโทรศัพท์แป๊บหนึ่งค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวขอคอนเฟิร์มลำดับที่เหลือก่อนนะคะ หลังจากทศพลไปจะเป็นพักขพงศ์แต่ว่าอันนี้เป็นเขตหนึ่งเนาะอยู่ในงานนะคงจะไม่สะดวกนะคะ แล้วก็ต่อลำดับต่อไปก็คือจะเป็นกวินไปไหนเนาะโอเคค่ะ ไปเป็นกวินแล้วก็ลำดับต่อไป วุฒิพงศ์วุฒิพงศ์ป่วย ณรงฤทธิ์อยู่ในงานไม่สะดวกเนาะต่อไปก็คุณสิทธิรักษ์อยู่ในห้องอยู่แล้วนะคะ แล้วก็วัสมนเหมือนกันเขตหนึ่งอยู่ในงานต่อไปน้องสาวภาพนะคะ ถ้ายังไงแจ้งมาทางแชทหน่อยนะคะว่าสะดวกส่งไฟล์มาหรือเปล่านะคะ ไปก็จะเป็นวิสรุตานะคะ อยู่ในห้องนี้เนาะธนกิจติดงานเหมือนกันต่อไปก็หลังจากนั้นก็คือสลินทิพย์ค่ะโอเคปิดท้ายด้วยเดี๋ยวมีจักรทรเนาะภูเบศเดี๋ยวมาตอนบ่ายคอนเฟิร์มอีกทีหนึ่งนะคะโอเคตอนนี้คุณทศพลพร้อมแล้วนะคะโอเคเชิญค่ะ
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all here today. My name is Thosapon Sangsarin. I would like to talk about my project proposal. First, I will describe to my contents consist of one, objectives and goal, two, principle and reason, three, conceptual framework, four, literature review, and five, procedure, six, planning, seven, output, outcome, and impact. Eight, progression and continuing work. I will start with objectives is one, make recommendations of area-based management on Thanamlod Cave, Chumpon Province, and to support data to preparation of suggest for the National Cave Committee, and 3, increase efficiency of Department of Mineral Resource on cave policy work, and goals on this work are area-based management, recommendation of DMR to meet the demand of stakeholders with according of the provincial or provincial group development plan, and supporting to preparation of suggestions for the National Cave Committee. And principle and reason the necessary of these works, I bring you to focus on the 4. Due to the cave system's effects to environment was threatened from tourism and relationship between 3 communes in this area. Why local community need a case study which focus the area-based collaborative management of local associates and promotion to cave development to support the natural-based tourism with participation of community. And next, so conceptual in this work. And now we are moving to the new topic is literature review. Mahidol University by ชีวิตเข็มเจริญ he provide the cave management plan for natural-based tourism in Thamlod, Maengsarn province, and to Chantalak Aadhan define the word area-based approach and offer 6 methods in her case study. And 3, เกษตรศาสตร์ University provide management plan. This case and as case study. And finally, DMR by Mr. Jirasak at the office regions for survey this cave and provide map management conceptual and offer early suggestion in 2021. And then this is procedure that consists of 1, educate and compile data about the cave system and relate previous work, conceptual frameworks, policy, law, and regulations. And 2, correct sample data consists of environment problems in the area and needs of stakeholders. And 3, analyze and review the data along with the provincial or provincial group development plans, local plans, policies, and relay plans. 4, set many issues of the area-based management by strategic tools. 5, analyze impact on economy, social, and environment, and link with the goals of policy, plan, strategy, and the local needs. 6. Analyze and set the activity or flagship project. 7. Draft the area-based management recommendation and bring to offer to all stakeholders and improvement. And final complete report. And next, this plan work I'm set in 4 quarter and had finished on December of this year. Right, let's move on to output of this project. Is area-based management recommendations on Tha Nam Lod Cave, Chumpon province. And outcome is the Tha Nam Lod Cave system province, Chumpon province was preserved, conserved, and utilized in with balance from all communes and stakeholders in this area. Cave policy work of DMR improved to suggestion for the National Cave Committee. And impact is DMR government agencies, agency other and local community apply utility and meet the local command bring to preparation of area-based collaborative management and the promotion and on development to support the natural-based tourism with community participation. Next, the early progression consists the survey, and I am take photo with working team at Tha Nam Lod Cave between April this year, and to make an individual study proposal and review literature document, and 3 compile data about local areas and provincial groups plan and report the first progress on June this year. Finally, this my continuing work is compile data consists of geology area and other such conceptual frameworks, policy plans, previous work, laws, rules, conservation, utilization, principle, and other related, and draft scope of work, and finally find additional research and document. So to summarize, this my individual study. Thank you for listening. It was pleasure being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments? You can make your comments freely, okay? If you want to, don't be afraid. Can we have the title page? ไปที่หน้าหลักนะ Any comments?
in Thai language
Okay.
ทำไมถึงเลือกที่นี่อะคะพี่โต
ครับก็ภาษาไทยก็ได้ครับถามภาษาไทยคือ คือเพราะว่าเป็นคือถ้ำนี้มีความสำคัญก็คือเป็นหนึ่งในคณะกรรมการถ้ำแห่งชาติคัดเลือก11ถ้ำครับ คือคณะกรรมการคัดเลือกมา3ถ้ำก่อนในปีนี้มี3ถ้ำแล้วก็มีอีกท่านหนึ่งเลือกไปแล้วถ้ำหนึ่งครับก็เหลืออีก2ถ้ำให้ผมเลือกถ้ำนี้ครับ
Okay, yes. It is interesting to see this type of topic because you talk about Tam Nam Lord Cave. But somehow in your presentation, we don't see any map at all, or any pictures or any photos of the cave at all. And it might be a good idea to have a general regional map where the cave is located, and then you zoom into the cave area where you have physiography outside the cave, inside the cave, how the water running in and out. Because you talk about area-based management, but you don't show any area-based facts, activities at all. Even though this is a proposal, but you already know the area, you already know the cave. So you should be able to at least show us the topography and the surrounding of the cave, the river system, the water system, surface water, underground water, etc. All the factors that you have already, right? So at least you should show us. What is the next slide? Because all your slides are text and text and text. We cannot see how are you going to introduce to the audience about even the need of the management plan for the area. Even though you mentioned that this is from the National Committee who actually pinpoint the location of interesting area, they want to have some study carried out. But then again, you really need to show us the area and the photo. What is the real situation right now? And what is the problem? What is the problem in your study?
I think the frequency of I like to go to this area.
You've never been to the area.
I have been going to this area one
You
time
went to the area once.
Yeah.
Okay.
and take my take photo myself.
You took the photograph. Do you know the physiography of the area? Do you know the topography of the area? Do you know the water system of the area?
Now I don't know anymore, and I don't will find.
Very dangerous. Because you're talking about the recommendations that you're going to give them about the cave management, right? How are you going to give them recommendations if you don't know the area at all?
I think I will know about area data from previous work.
Previous work.
Right.
I think there's a big drawback for your study here, because as an audience, I feel like I'm not very convinced on the main problem. Okay, and how are you going to tackle the problem? Which methodology that you're using? If you think, okay, we have a case, and we think that by doing some research, desktop research, seeing other people's work, how they manage the area, and we are going to just go there and take some photographs and then combine their recommendations, compile their recommendations and things, and make it fit into the data that you just got from the field by taking photographs, and then come up with the recommendation for the management of the area. It doesn't make sense. That's why I have to ask you, what is the main question of your study? How are you going to solve the question, the problems? If you can state it right now, then I'll be happy to hear. But if you are not so sure what is the main question is, and what is the methodology that you are going to use, then you are in big trouble. Do you want to try? What is the main question? And what is the methodology that you are going to use? What is the question? What is the problem? Study problem. What is it? Can you say that? ปัญหาคืออะไรครับตรงเนี้ยปัญหาในการที่เราจะศึกษาเนี่ยมันคืออะไรอย่ากลัวครับพูดไปเลย
ค่ะขออนุญาตพูดภาษาไทย ค่ะก็คืองานของทศพลเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นงานที่ได้รับมอบหมายจากผอ.ส่วนหนึ่งนะคะ ช่วยอาจจะคือเหมือนช่วยน้องในการคิดหัวข้อเรื่องนะคะ แล้วก็ให้ทางเอ่อทศพลเนี่ยไปหาข้อมูลแล้วก็ทำเป็นหัวข้อเรื่องเสนออะค่ะ แต่เพียงแต่ว่าตรงนี้อาจจะข้อมูลที่มีอยู่รวมถึงการลงพื้นที่หรือต่างๆเนี่ยยังไม่พร้อมใช่ไหมยังไม่อือฮึโตใช้ไมค์พูดก็ได้นะไม่ต้อง
Okay, anyway, let me give some comments in general, not really for Tosapon, okay? This is comments of in general. If you have any project study about, even though it's about the management of the area, remember that all the works related to geological survey office or Department of Mineral Resources, you really need to go to the very basic information, which is geography and geology. You cannot escape it. You have to stick to the geology. Remember, if you do any work in any area at all, if you have the area of working, show us the map. Show us the information, the very basic information. It's being discarded all the time. You're not going to show basic maps of the area. This is very important. We ignore the basic data recently. This is not a very good thing to do. So if you like to introduce your study, you study the basic information. It's already available in the department. Department of Mineral Resources have held so huge amount of data, but we never use it. We just come up with something new and new and new, and then we have collected from the internet and whatever other people's work, and never look back to the basic data that we have. All the basic data are very valuable, and we need to use it. So back to Tosapon then, my recommendation would be that try to make clear that what you want to do and what you're doing, what kind of problem of the study that you have to solve. If you want to give the recommendation, the question would be, why do you need a recommendation for this area? Why do you need it? Is there any real problem in the management of the area? Or is it just, come up with a general idea of, oh, every cave in Thailand needs a good management. Otherwise, the cave will be damaged or ruined by people or tourists. This is a kind of general statement. But then from one cave to the next, the problem will be different according to the physiography of the cave. So you really need to dig into detail of each of the cave. What is the problem? But in general, when you do the literature review for the cave management from one case to the other, there must be some kind of, in general, they should be the same. In general, they should have some kind of, the same kind of management issues. But then again, in details, it would be different from one to the next, one caves to the other. It will be a little bit different depending on this, the physiography, the surroundings, the community involves, blah, 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 whatever. Okay? You have to pinpoint what you're looking for. If you talk about the general thing, then it should be the same. This one use the same kind of management. So what is the problem? So you have to find the real problem for this cave in particular, because Tham Nam Lord cave is the one that you're going to take a look at. So you really need to know it from inside out. What is the problem with the Tham Nam Lord cave? Is there any problem with the living things in the cave? Is there any problem with the amount of water annually? Is it going to drying very soon or something? You need to restore it quickly or something like that. All right, this is the thing that issue that you need to find out. What is the problem? And how are you going to solve it? How are you going to know this is the best way to solve the problem? If you are running out of water, what kind of data do you have to take a look at? You are looking for the hydrology data of the cave. What's happening? What is happening? Why the water levels keep lowering every year? What's wrong? How are you to keep up with this kind of thing? This is the thing that you're looking for. This is the kind of problem that you're looking for if you want to manage the cave, right? But if you want to talk about tourism management area, the area-based management, okay, there is no infrastructure to support the tourism industry. There's a problem, there's a need to develop the cave for tourism of the area. We need to have the income for the people. This is another totally different problem. What is the problem in this area? If you said it in general, you never know what is this you want to solve. And then it come out like it's not very sharp. It's not very precise what you're going to do. It's so in general. And we don't know what you're going to do. And then you come up with, this is what you are going to do. Bam, 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 bam. And we're just going to have to ask why you're doing this. Why you're taking the photograph. What are you going to get from the photograph? We don't see it. Okay? So, Tosapon, don't feel sad about it. Don't feel bad about it. Every comment is going to be very helpful for you to understand what is the situation. Okay?
ถามขอถามเป็นภาษาไทยค่ะ ค่ะคือถ้าเราคือเท่าที่มนฟังอะค่ะทราบว่ามันมีปัญหามากหมายความว่าเราขาดข้อมูลใช่ไหมคะขาดข้อมูลอันนี้มนเข้าใจถูกต้องไหมคะว่าข้อมูลมันน้อยสำหรับที่พี่โตมีหมายถึงว่าข้อมูลที่จะเอามาทำแนวทางบริหารจัดการถ้ำตัวเนี้ยที่ไม่ใช่ข้อมูลแบบในรายงานเป็นข้อมูลแฟกต์จริงๆในพื้นที่ถูกต้องไหมคะหรือยังไงอะคะเพราะว่าใช่แล้วทีเนี้ยคือมนก็เลยอยากจะทราบว่าถ้าเราจะเปลี่ยนหัวข้อทันไหมอันนี้เป็นคำถามของหนูเพราะมองว่าการที่จะทำแนวทางบริหารจัดการมันจะต้องมีข้อมูลหลายๆอย่างมาประมวลผลมาวิเคราะห์แล้วครั้งเนี้ยเหมือนกับว่าพี่โตก็ลงพื้นที่น้อยแล้วค่ะลงพื้นที่น้อยข้อมูลที่จะมาใช้ประกอบในการวิเคราะห์เพื่อทำแนวทางก็อาจจะมีน้อยหรือคือข้อมูลเขาเรียกว่าอะไร มนก็ไม่แน่ใจว่าจะต้องใช้ wording ว่าอะไรแล้วอย่างเงี้ยถ้าสมมติว่าเปลี่ยนเรื่องทันไหมหรือเพราะว่าอาจารย์ก็บอกว่าอาจารย์จะพยายามที่จะช่วยพี่โตในการที่จะทำงานวิจัยชิ้นนี้แต่คำว่าพอทำงานวิจัยมันคือมนไม่แน่ใจว่างานวิจัยของเพื่อที่จะได้แนวทางออกมามันหรือว่าเรามีข้อมูลอยู่ส่วนหนึ่งแล้วเราเปรียบเทียบข้อมูลงานวิจัยเกี่ยวกับถ้ำของต่างประเทศหรือพื้นที่อื่นๆเพื่อเอามาศึกษาเปรียบเทียบกับข้อมูลที่เรามีอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมคะหรือยังไง
อ๋อ
มันสามารถ
อันนี้แหละครับ แต่ว่าตอนที่ทำอยู่ก็มีปัญหาที่คิดเหมือนกันว่าถ้าวางคือเราในการจัดการในถ้ำแต่ละแห่งคิดว่าที่ต่างๆมันก็มีเรื่องที่มันครอบคลุมอยู่ถ้าได้ทุกด้านจริงๆมันก็มีหลายเรื่องมาก ทีนี้ก็จะควรจะกำหนดขอบเขตงานให้แคบเลยไหมว่าเอาเฉพาะเรื่องไหน แต่อย่างชื่อเรื่องที่กำหนดมันก็ยังกว้างๆอยู่ครับ ก็เป็นปัญหาเหมือนกัน
คือพี่โตคิดว่าสามารถที่จะทำงานวิจัยชิ้นนี้สำเร็จภายในระยะเวลาที่จำกัดถูกต้องไหมคะหรือมันมีปัญหาอะไรแบบคือมนจะพยายามจะถามว่า ลองเปลี่ยนเรื่องไหมหรือมีอะไรที่เหมือนงานวิจัยในถ้ำตัวเนี้ยอาจจะมีข้อมูลที่แบบลงไปลึกสามารถทำให้พี่โตทำงานวิจัยชิ้นนี้ได้อย่างนั้นหรือเปล่าคะหรือว่ายังไงหรือว่า
I understand that everybody wants to help. Okay, it's just a matter of they don't really know the stage of your work and how much data that you already have, and on which particular subject or point that you want to work on. So, but I think we here, all the audience want to help. Yeah. Anyway, time is running out. So think about it, and if you have anything, then come and see me. Okay. Actually, I've been waiting for you to come to see me, and I even go to see you guys, but none of you really talk to me at all. So I also asked your supervisor to encourage you to see me, but nobody come. Anyway, thank you very much. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Achara.
Okay, the next presenter will be Gavin, right? Are you ready? Okay.
Good morning, Dr. ทิติ พี่จันแรม พี่พัชรา people in this room and in the Zoom as well. My name is Gavin Gertpairot. I am a geologist from Environmental Geology Division. Today, I would like to present my proposal titled Sinkhole Susceptibility Zone Assessment, a case study of Tonglapu Province. You can see in this picture is a sinkhole occurrence in Nakang district in Tonglapu Province. Next slide is a statement of the problems. Sinkhole is a hazard that has been recurring in Thailand from the past to the present. Thailand has sinkhole susceptibility zone in the northern, western, southern, and northeastern part, especially in northern part of Thailand. You can see the picture before this slide. It's a sinkhole in Nong Vua Lampu province, and you can see it's a quite large sinkhole. Moreover, sinkhole in northeastern part Thailand they are occur in many provinces such as เลยขอนแก่นนครราชสีมาหนองบัวลำพู but my individual study is in the หนองบัวลำพู province and in 2021 there are many sinkhole occurrence in Naga region and you can see the news that staff from them investigate the sinkhole and gave a recommendation to the people who involved the sinkhole occurrence. Moreover, the sinkhole occurrence can pose a danger to people who live in the risk area. From this reason, Nalapur province must be classified as a sinkhole prone zone and make a recommendation for management to the people who live in the risk area. Objective: first, to make the sinkhole susceptibility map of Nong Local province. Second, to make the permanent proposal for sinkhole susceptibility zone of Nong Bulapu province. Procedure: first, compile the data consisting of geological map of the scale of 1/50,000 area photo, satellite image generally, groundwater well and land use, and then verify and improve the data to be more accurate. After improve the data, I interpret the element from area photograph and satellite by automatic program to interpret the element and check it. After I finish interpret the data, I study the criteria for sinkhole susceptibility, including land use, lithology, element density, proximity to element, water level decline, and proximity to groundwater by using other density review from Thailand and other countries. And after I compile the data, I use the data to make the sinkhole susceptibility area from weighted average and analytic hierarchy process, and then compare the result from both processes and make the sinkhole susceptibility map of Nong Bua province. After finish making the map, make the management proposal for sinkhole susceptibility zone of Nong Bua province. Finally, make the technical report. And it's a conceptual framework. First, study the criteria, including land use, lithology, element density, possibility to element, water level decline, and possibility to groundwater, and then compare the sinkhole susceptibility area from this criteria by using a weighted average and analytic process, and then compare the result from both process. And after comparing both process, make the sinkhole susceptibility map. And after finish the sinkhole susceptibility map, validate the data in the map by comparing the previous sinkhole data in the past. Timetable. This IS is used time for 1 year. The activity is same as a procedure. Start from March 2023 to 5 January 2024. Output. The sinkhole susceptibility map of Nong Bua province. Second, the management proposal for sinkhole susceptibility zone of Domlopo province for outcome. The people who live in the sinkhole susceptibility area gain the advantage from the map and the management proposal for sinkhole susceptibility zone. Expected benefits and application. First, scholars, people, students, and who iterate in this IS and related organization use the map and the management proposal to plan or extend their tasks. Second, people and related organization in sinkhole susceptible area can adapt and cope with the geohazard effectively. Thank you.
Any comment? Quick comment? We're very quiet in this class. Kun Kavin. Good presentation. But still, I have some comments for you.
Yes.
The first one is a question. What is the methodology? What is the problem?
Okay. I think the problem is quite the same as, sorry. The methodology, I think, is quite same as conceptual framework. It's the same process in that, I think.
What is it?
At first, for methodology, see the legit review and choose the best way to conduct the data from department DMR, and then we make the map for sinkhole susceptibility by using analytic hierarchy process and weighted average, and then we compare both this process, how to know what is the difference between two process, and then we make the map. Finally, we validate the map by using the previous sinkhole data and make a recommendation for people who live in that area. Finally, make the technical report. I think it's my methodology.
Okay. What you are just finished saying, the audience, what is it that he is saying?
The audience. Again, please.
I'm asking, no, I'm asking all of you. ที่กวินเพิ่งพูดเนี่ยคืออะไร
ไม่เป็น methodology ครับเมื่อกี้
I'm
เนี่ย
not asking you, Kavin. I'm asking the participants. I'm asking the participants, other participants. ที่กวินเพิ่งพูดเสร็จไปนี้คืออะไร วิธีการในการทำงานหรือขั้นตอนในการทำงาน either methodology or working procedure. It's a working procedure. Very good. It's not a methodology. If I were you, I would say, okay, my study is about sinkhole susceptibility zone assessment using remote sensing data. In the title, you can put in methodology. So that will make clear to the reader or the audience. This is your work. What kind of method are you using in order to find them, to create the map and come up with the management? This is the application of aerial photos and satellite images, because you draw all the lineaments and everything, and then once you get the interpretation of the data, then you calibrate it with ground data, including borehole, whatever data, and you know precisely where the sinkhole or the cavity could be according to the ground data. That's how you connect the remotely sensed data to the ground data. in order to come up with the map. Right? Okay. Remember, the methodology is not the work step that you talk about. The methodology is remote sensing. Right?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that is missing in your presentation is the map of the area.
Sorry.
Geology, topography, physiography. It's going to show Nong Bua Lampu province, the location of the proof cavity or sinkhole in the area. What is the main reason that you have sinkhole in Nong Bua Lampu province? Is it a salt formation?
No, it's
Is
an
it
limestone.
What is it?
Limestone.
It's a limestone. It's karst
Yes.
basement.
Yes.
So you need what to show? The map of Nong Bua Lampu and geology, right?
Yes.
You need to show the topography. You need to show the geology. You need to show the potential, roughly the potential area. Can you just make a quick map using geological map? So at least it gives you some idea. Oh, you have the karst area here. So of course, are these going to be a sinkhole risk area? Is that be enough?
I
If
think
not
it's
enough, why do you have to use the
sorry, I have my data as you mentioned, but I am not showing this slide.
put it in?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
please. You see, we've seen a number of presentation here today. You forgot to put in your study area. You forgot to put in the map. We work with map here in Department of Mineral Resources. We cannot ignore it. Okay?
Yes.
Nobody will know where is your study area. You talk about, Khon Kaen, you talk about somewhere else, and then your study area is Nong Bua Lampu. Where is it? If you talk to foreigners, even you talk to Thai, they don't know where Nong Bua Lampu is, where Nong Bua Lampu province is. Okay.
ครับ
Okay. Thank you.
ครับ
Good talk. I like it.
ครับขอบคุณครับ
Okay, the next one will be Kun Sithirak from Environmental Geology Division.
Hello, everyone. Hello, all participants of the English language training and teacher, Dr. Titi. This is the last time before the presentation of my research proposal writing practice. First of all, I have to apologize if my speaking is in English is incorrectly. And thank you in advance for comment. My title is Earthquake Data Catalogs Establishing for Seismic Hazard Evaluation in Thailand. So next is a background. Because of the DMR, want to study about the seismic hazard in Thailand. So at the first of study, Department of Mineral Resource installed the ground vibration measurement network since year 2006 for measure the seismicity, we call that. And the problem is at that time that there are not much station to give us enough data to analyze that hazard. For all 16 groups of active fault, so that causing the earthquake data catalogs to be incomplete. This leads to a higher magnitude of completeness, MC, and then MC in the same area, so directly lead to a lower level of data reliable than the current seismic network that had increased in number of stations like present day. That is a mainly problem or main background. So the objective of this research is one is to develop the catalog of earthquake data from 2014 to 2022 from the ground vibration measurement network for our own network for evaluation severity of earthquake disaster in Thailand. Two is to analyze the characteristic of the earthquake, or like we have to know the characteristic of seismic source zones in Thailand. What it should be. How is the strong? Where is occur something? The question of this research is seismic this as a evaluation for Thailand more reliable by using the current earthquake data catalog of our own data. Our own network is a Department of Mineral Resource that after improve the sensitivity of network. Yeah, as teacher Jalin said, my methodology should be the procedure. Is the actually methodology should be here. The methodology is a use automatic system to detect to detect the earthquake, and then make a catalog by Cycom 3 software. That is my methodology. So it should be a procedure. First of all, is to compile the list of earthquake events that occur along seismic source zone. And after we compile all of enough 10 year event data of seismic events, then we analyze it by using we verify or compare it to check its true event by compare it with another agency. Mainly is a methodological department, Thai methodological department, so that we filter the data by using gather and know of hypothesis for the not tectonic, not actual tectonic earthquake. So analyze the magnitude and frequency distribution after the Gutenberg-Ritter relationship to get the two parameter is A and B value, and then calculate prediction, maximum magnitude, and return period after Yadaos and in 2011, and create and finally create a map of parameter that we calculated. There are A, B, and MC for check the reliability of the data, and then calculate the probability seismics. That tell us in 50 year, 100 year, and 1000 year, the earthquake, what the biggest earthquake should be occur in the period that we was calculated. This is a timeline. We use about 1 year of the procedure after we compile all of event data for 10 years. And literature review. First of all is Thai Methodological Department conduct earthquake catalog. Maybe it's only one in our country. And the next is Pilopli and Sula Kitchai and Jarusili 2013. He studied the p-value along the northern segment of the Sumatra Andaman, or in subduction zone in the western of our country. And Nuanin in the same topic, Nuanin, and can get the a little bit different result of p-value. 3 is ISC, an international seismological center, is a well-known agency that conduct the earthquake catalog that we use, but it's just global catalog, not useful, not suitable for our country that want to use the spatial data. Who is Nguyen Ninh? Again, for p-value study around subduction zone and Andaman. He study mainly concluded the big earthquake that occur along the lower p-value. And the final is Pananon. He conduct his study mainly in the western part around Kanchanaburi province in Thailand. But he used the data that before 2010. At that time, our country have a low number of station of seismic vibration network. At that time, that's the reliability should be lower than the my study. I believe because of my study use the current data after we develop more station. So that, thank you.
Thank you, Kap. Any comments? ขอความเห็นครับ All participants.
Thank you for presenter. I have no any photo in your presentation.
Yes. That's my mistake. Yeah.
I think Khun Chandra might be a very good representative for someone who is totally out of the field of study. So what Khun Sithirak has just finished is actually something that is, even for me, a geophysicist, I have difficulty understand what is this all about. And you talk about earthquake and you talk about a lot of works and papers and also the about the earthquake data and things. I'm not in the field of earthquake, but then I have difficulty understanding. And also about the presentation, I think this is a very difficult presentation to follow because you have a lot of text in your slides. If you can show the second slide. Okay, you talk about background. This is just only good in the paper. Okay, in the report or in the publication, but not on the slide. It seems to me that you have mentioned some problem from the background information and also which type of data or even the methodology that you are going to use. And then throughout the presentations, I think the majority of the slides involves a lot of texts. In the PowerPoint presentation, you're supposed to extract a bunch of text into just a point form a very short statement, condensing or summarizing into several words, no more than 5 or 6 lines, the most, per one slide. The size of the texts should be a lot larger than this one. So that means you have a very limited space for the text to put in. So you have to work on it and condense it into small words. And then the keywords, these keywords should remind you about what you're going to give a talk about. So it's not just the whole paragraph putting in, and nobody is going to go through it unless they're really keen on this subject then. And they would rather read it in your paper instead of listening to the PowerPoint. Can you go on with your next slide? Okay, this one also similar. It's too long. Okay, you said to develop a catalog of earthquake data. That's it. The rest of the paragraph, you don't need to put it in. Unless you want to explain about it, then you might explain it in the next slide, if you want to. To analyze the characteristics of earthquake that occurred along the earthquake source, and the color is really opaque and you can hardly read the text. So the visibility is not good. And nearby area with parameters A, B, according to the equation, nobody would understand this. Absolutely not. Right? So because it's coming up from the middle of nowhere, nobody would be able to understand unless they're in the same field or work, or your colleagues might be able to understand. So next slide, please. Is this the question of your study?
I believe so.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Seismic disaster evaluation for Thailand more reliable using the current earthquake data catalog. Or is this a kind of question that you ask yourself to lead to the methodology? This is something that you want to solve?
Yeah.
It sounds like a hypothesis to me. So the big question would be something before this. This is something that you want to solve. This is something that you want to present it in your paper, your result, right? Is this something that you want to solve? To prove, sorry. Is
Yeah.
this something that you want to prove? ต้องการจะพิสูจน์ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ว่า seismic disaster evaluation ของประเทศไทยเนี่ยจะน่าเชื่อถือด้วยการใช้ข้อมูลแคตตาล็อกแผ่นดินไหว
ครับ
นี่คือ hypothesis
อืม
โอเคไหม Why do you have to do the earthquake data catalog? Is there any problem? Is there any bigger problem? I'm trying to make you focus on what is the big problem that drives you to get up and work on this paper.
อืม
You have a big question, a big problem. and then you come up with the hypothesis. And I think this is your hypothesis that you want to solve. In order to solve the big question, you have to do this in order to get it. If you are right, then you should be able to solve it under your study. I think. Okay, I may be wrong, correct me. Next slide, please. So methodology is actually the procedure that you take in order to solve your hypothesis.
Yeah, I think this is a procedure, not as you said, not
This is the working procedure.
yeah.
Because you said you are going to do this and that and that and that in order to that,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's your working procedure. Next slide. And then timeline. Yeah. Once again, my suggestion would be simplify your slide, all the text, make it shorter. If you're going to present this to the whoever, other experts, committee or whatever, they're going to say the same thing. You have to make it short. You have to make it condensed. My recommendation is that because the subject is so difficult, you have to find a way to make people understand. Either give them some earthquake map of the country, data plotting over what kind of earthquake data that you're going to collect, what type of equations or whatever that you think is the key equations or the key diagrams, or even graphics display to give the audience what is this all about, what are you going to collect, and how are you going to analyze it. Because now we cannot see anything. Everything is text, narrative explanation, what is what. And we don't really see how you are going to establish the seismic hazard evaluation by using your earthquake data catalog. We don't see it.
Sorry, this is the catalog for evaluation, but not this time. I mean this time is just do the catalog and
Just only the catalog.
yes, then do statistic analyze something, but this time is not make a map of seismic
Are you going
hazard.
to get the hazard evaluation? Hazard evaluation of the country?
Yes, but for use for the catalog for do the hazard evaluation, but the hazard use this data for do that, but not this time.
So review your topics. Review your topics, whether is this viable or make sense or not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, because you say earthquake data catalog establishing for seismic hazard evaluation of Thailand.
Thank you for comment. Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking, sorry. Other comments? Please.
I like your font in the slide, but I think it's quite difficult to read. If this font use less text in the slide, it might be good for the font, because the font is quite related to the data catalog or something, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for comment.
Anything else? I think we should make a quick stop for now, because after all, this is a lunchtime and we have a very heavyweight presentations, a number of them. It's very difficult. But anyway, what time we are coming back here?
1:30 p.m. we come back again.
1:30?
Yes.
Okay. So we resume again 1:30. Okay. Now let's have some rest. Let's your brain rest a little bit and then come back and fight for more. Okay. All right. Thank you. See you.
Okay, thank you ดร.ทิติช่วงบ่ายนะคะยังเหลือผู้ที่ยังไม่ได้นำเสนออีก4ท่านที่คอนเฟิร์มไว้นะคะเดี๋ยวพอเราเริ่มตอนบ่ายโมงครึ่งจะเริ่มจากคุณวิสรุตาจากสทค3นะคะต่อด้วยคุณจักรธรแก้วประดิษฐ์นะคะจากกวท.ตามด้วยคุณภูเบศรสาขาจากกคบ.แล้วก็ถ้าเกิดพร้อมนะคะคุณสาวภาพอุทัยรัตน์จากกทศจะพยายามมานำเสนอต่อเป็นคนสุดท้ายค่ะในช่วงบ่ายนะคะเดี๋ยวเจอกันอีกทีนะคะบ่ายโมงครึ่งค่ะขอบคุณค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Welcome back everyone to the pre-master English program. We still remain the 4 presenters in the afternoon session. The first one will be Ms. Visaruta Virasai from the Mineral Resources Office, Region 3. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's start this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start my slide, I would like to just a little bit. My topic of my proposal today is about the ceramic ready, and I hope that everybody in Thailand or in the participant already know the tsunami on 2004, but it's quite a long time. Maybe next year is quite a little bit for 40 in 2004 tsunami. So someone maybe forget about that because it's the return period quite 100 years. But so my proposal today is about this, and I will continue. My topic is the tsunami reduction for community using the tsunami ready recognition UNESCO standard guideline, a case study, Ban Nam Kem community Tagopa in Phang province. My main idea or the structure of this presentation is about start from the background, literature review, to summarize what I want to propose, why I have to do this project, and conclude to the conception framework, and then to the objective, and of course, why I select this Ban Nam Kem Tagopa to be my study area and project timeline. Of course, this is quite something that have to be benefit. I will present after summarize all of my proposal to the benefit and impact. Next, my introduction or background is just want to show you to the one who not related to the tsunami. This is information about the tsunami event that occur from many of the cause like a volcano eruption or landslide, but mostly is affected by the earthquake. This is information is 2022. So many of the event that occur the tsunami is quite many. It's like many of the events along the Ring of Fire because we already know in the geology, right? But I would like to highlight the 3 events that is related to my proposal. The first one is 2004, that's tsunami in Aceh, which lead to everyone in Thailand must know the tsunami that can occur to the Thailand. This is what we are observe or the preparation that happened occur in Thailand in 2004. In next year is B20. So we have left to 80 years, right? Before like a return period as the researcher or the previous work said. Is that true? I'm not quite sure, but I'm not know because many of these, I just try to show you that this is information that I collect from the department, our department, mineral resources. We collect after this event in 2005, I think. And then this is quite many of the information like an nation map or many of the evacuation route. I highlight this because of Phang Nga is the most affected area in that event. And the Ban Nam Kem is almost of the 50 dead in Thailand is from the community in Ban Nam Kem, Phang Nga. What about the next event that I related to this proposal? It's quite just only last year, I think, in about the tsunami in Tonga that occurred from the eruption of volcano. This will inform you anything. It's like many of the scientists and the geologists for the tsunami and other one who concerned about this. What is the cause of tsunami that affect to the people in Tonga and other countries? Tsunami is not like other disaster. When it happened, it affects many of the country around the coastal area. So some of the scientists have to try to find out what is how to prevent or the warning. This is what kind of the cause that the conclusion on this event. So what about this event? This is a local tsunami. So the happen and the phenomenon in the Indonesia in 2018 is like not the water is not raining out because of the topology or something that's, and this is not only an earthquake, but it's also landslide under this area. So the people in this area saw the phenomenon that the water is not drained out, but it still remain or something, but they feel something that have to be shaking, or maybe some people that survival from this event, survival from the 2004 also. So it's not only the scientific that can lead to the prevention or can prepare for the community or to reduction of the tsunami, but other things or maybe other knowledge also. So that's my literature review. I think in Thailand, we have many of the paper, mostly the first and expert paper from the Department of Mineral Resources. because we are expert in geohazard at that time. And then many of the university professor and other community itself their adaptation and try to prepare themselves by getting along to the many of mechanism in their way for to help their community. And for the English literature, the related to my proposal is Banam or Resilient Fishing Community is in Tagopao, Phanga. That's not only they try to build the capacity of preparedness for tsunami, but other disaster in community preparedness also can build it too. And 2018, some of the guidelines for the Ocean Tsunami Ready program is publishing from member states around the ocean, Indian Ocean. And there are many of some pilot project or some country like India, Indonesia, or other country try to adaptation of the guideline to use this combined together with the scientific or early warning technology method, both together with the community preparedness and other things to set the indicator. Sorry. I would like to show you, this is my timeline. So this is my summary for the timeline of the, which conclude to my literature review that when the tsunami 2004 occurred and all global management about the disaster set up the Sendai framework. So to resilient about the disaster, to build back better or something. And then 2017, they built the Ocean Decade to use this like a key point or some mechanism to build the community resilient and more reduction or be ready. And what about last year? They try to put the contribution of the member state. Of course, Thailand is on the Indian Ocean, so Thailand is a member state also, to use the tsunami ready recognition program, like a standard with 12 indicator. What about the Department Mineral Resources in the future? So that's what my big question, and how can we relate it or can use the opportunity to put the increase in our academic work to this guideline. Okay. From now, the Indian Ocean have only 11 communities that have been recognized from the UNESCO. Of course, and it's the Indian and Indonesia, not in Thai. I hope that I dream that in my proposal can lead to that one community in Thailand can be recognized from the UNESCO. That means that we can share the knowledge also and can be adapt, or maybe it can build the strengthen tsunami preparedness. Before to emphasize that the tsunami ready recognition program is a voluntary international community based. It's not only just in Thailand, but also can be recognized from the international also, but just not the certification. So this mechanism just try to build resilient community, but it's also want to all collaboration between the stakeholder as the agency also. My proposal thinks that the DMR must be can support our work on this assessment, like understanding the hazard and risk, and also the community awareness. There will be 11 indicators that mostly some of the indicator community already have itself, but some maybe we have to be rechecked or updating. And other thing that some of the information, I think the 7 in preparedness or risk of education activity or public awareness, because DMR now we have museum. So the museum maybe have some kind of the function to corroborate this preparedness in this indicator also. So that's also what I'd like to summarize this again, to let you everyone know that this is not only to certify or just only to be the certificate, but it's like some kind of tool that the UNESCO try to put together in the community, like everybody to support the community. Yeah. To be sustainable. Why to be sustainable? Because if we already have the tsunami recognition, the 4 years you have to be revised again. That means you need the multi-stakeholder, across maybe the university, community, private sector, to put standard together, to put the regulation or maybe policy together that can be fit to the community. So that's not only one people or maybe one organization can do. So this is, I want to emphasize again. Okay. My conceptual framework lead to the hypothesis two hypotheses. One is the our academic information or our research in the DMR is support to the Ban Nam Kem community is sufficient or accurately, or maybe is it up to date? It's almost like a 19 year. So this is one of my hypotheses. And the second hypothesis is, what about the role and duty responsibility to be support in this function? So I put the concept framework maybe a little bit in separate, because I have two hypotheses. One is this first one, the first hypothesis, to find what is the economic the work or the information that we already have is sufficient, or the community itself can use our information. So my method is to observation and some of in unstructured interview by some of the group. Because of the limited of time, I will be select some of the stakeholder, like put some sample, like the leader of the community or the administrative and a government agency, or maybe other like a school, and also some of the function of private sector, like the people from the resort or something. And the hypothesis, and the second hypothesis is the role, right? So I think I will use, I use the SWOT analysis to my method to put the function like the regulation or the action plan that can be researched on the desk study. I focus on just only the assessment and preparedness in the 12 indicator to put this analysis to this slide. my objective. The first one is to study, analyze it, and to understand what is the tsunami ready recognition and also the criteria or the information, the work or the management in the community itself related to the UNESCO tsunami ready recognition. And the second is to create sustainable community level tsunami impact reduction guideline. I would like to show you some of the information from the study area. I don't put our information from the DMR because in the community, they don't use our information. The first one is the dangerous zone. The community made it themselves, and some of the students from the architect of, I'm not quite sure which university, helped them to draw some of the dangerous zone. And this is the map of the community to put, which is the contour or the natural water or something. And also they will be draw many of the house that have the vulnerability, like old people or some people who need to be helped first. And this map is administrative from the DDPM created, but the DDPM used the information from the community to put into the safety area and also in the coastal area. My timeline have the separate in the activity or the workflow is already done from, I collect the data first twice in the study area. First is in March and the second in the July. And this is the part of the writing and analysis this and also discussion and report. So our output, my proposal will be have the guideline for the sustainable community-based tsunami impact by using to the tsunami ready recognition standard guideline. And for the outcome is to increase the value of the economic work or geology paper from the society and community that can be useful in real. And the second is to strengthen capacity of tsunami resilience in community at risk that lead to the policy itself. Sorry for my typing. And collaboration among the related stakeholders. So this my outcome, and I think the benefit and impact will be something that can lead to that we can use our my guideline or my project to be support that if Thailand need to be some of the community that can be recognition by UNESCO. This will be contribute to the UN decade as one of the sustainable development goal in 14. It's been about the safety ocean. And also to ensure that the structure and systematic approach building community and also insight and knowledge management in Thailand can be support to the community by itself. Thank you. Before I end my slide, I would like to emphasize again that this guidelines ready from the UNESCO is just the tool and the mechanism that would like to use the community itself to be like a best practice to put the community, let many of the stakeholders to collaborate together to help community be prepared more than they used to be, because we have a lot of knowledge, we have maybe supply of the resources to help them. So this will be lead to also of the policymaker also. And in this picture, just to make sure that this project will be sustainable, also will be include the environment and also the society also. But related to the function, if we have already for the tsunami, there will be some of the tourists or maybe other of the research have to be studied in this site also. Thank you.
Right, is there any comments? Well, it's early in the afternoon, might be difficult to get any comments. But yes, I think I came across your PowerPoint probably in Thai before, right? But this one is still, but anyway, a quick comment. You seem to have two things to solve. The first one is that whether the data is good enough to have the tsunami, how do you call it, ready, or tsunami resilient community or whatever, UNESCO. And the other one is that you have some doubt with the government office, Department of Mineral Resources, whether is it suit to the program? Do they provide any, or do they have any do they have to be the office that is responsible for the program or not? Is that what you're trying to solve?
Yes.
I have a quick question. About the program, UNESCO Tsunami Ready. Is that radio recognition? Tsunami Ready recognition program. Do they have any self-evaluation form for the community to carry out?
They have a form, but I don't think that the community can do themselves. But I think the form or maybe the checklist of the indicator needs to be evaluated from the national or the government agency to approve for that. The community themselves cannot be checked, because if they use that, the community themselves check this, they already think that they already prepare. Maybe because I'm sorry, ไม่ตอบคำถามใช่ไหมคะอาจารย์คือ
The reason I'm asking because the program is somehow very similar to, I mean, in terms of the way UNESCO are trying to have the certificate for the community is similar to what we have in GeoPark program. And I'm wondering whether can you learn from GeoPark program and apply it to this program, because according to GeoPark program, they have quite a lot of, well, they have the basic foundation for geological significance of international significance. But this one, we already proved that the community that you're trying to work on has been hit by tsunami, and there's a risk of having a tsunami in the future. So this is basically the very basic requirement. And then the next thing would be which office or is there seems to be the local community is going to be the management body of the area.
Oh.
That's very obvious, right? And what would you like the Department of Mineral Resources to take part?
Okay. For my literature review, I would like to mention that in Indonesia, the department, the agency that
The geological agency.
create the map.
Yeah.
This map is like the geological, geophysics and meteorology department, and
But they can only provide the data, right? And the
yes,
information.
they collect the data also. Just only they provide the data. But the function of Thailand and Indonesia is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the part of the agency that create the map is very important because the agency to create the map is maybe the university. It's not just only the department of the
Geological agency.
yeah, but if the community can use the university create them, this is also okay. But my proposal is try to find out this is a good opportunity for DMR to create to increase our work that already we have. If we already have, it is okay, but we already have the database to correct or something because we think we present ourselves that we are the department that academic thing about the related to the geology, and the tsunami is like a geohazard. So if we don't use this kind of the opportunity to do something like this, the other agency can do. So I don't think this is the main focus.
You want to be the first one to do it. Otherwise, other people will take it.
They
Is that right?
already have the role in Thailand. They have to do this by the functional or the application. But as I show you the first presentation, that the first agency who create all of the information geological map for the tsunami is our department. So we already have the resources and the people to do something that like to expert and accurately in the scientific way. If we let the agency do that, it's okay. But that means Thailand, for the standard of Thailand to put in the global, DMR will be lost in this future. So that's why I try to do that. That I don't mean that the DMR have to be build something new, but what about the other? I mean the database that we already have in 2005. Where is it? Because I go to the community. There's something that they maybe I used to see, but where is the digital data that can be applied or something there? This cannot happen anymore. It cannot use. So that means the community cannot use our data. So our data is not support the community. That's why I try to study or propose this project.
Ajahn, what do you think? I think we might be a little bit difficult, I think, because after all, earthquake and tsunami monitoring work, it's not totally dependent on DMR. You need partners to work on it. So DMR might be able to be the first office to take the initiative on the work. But then again, DMR alone cannot fulfill everything, I think. And then you might need to join hands with other organizations that have the data available, especially those who have the data is monitoring 24 hours on the time, and should be able to tell whenever the big earthquake hit and there'll be a tsunami happening, probably not the DMR, right? So I don't know, just I'm a bit worried. So you have to make sure that, you know, in terms of, all these indicators and things, just make sure that you understand the nature of the data of DMR, on which particular issues that DMR can really get hold to, and on which issues or indicators that you need other partners to take care of. And that is just only part of the technical, right? But then again, about the community, there must be some kind of other mechanism, like community-based management or something, which is way beyond our responsibility. So yeah, this is really an integration kind of projects that you have to be very focused of what you really want to do, right? Try not to make it too many things. Try to focus on the technical part, and especially I think just for the data and things that might be good already. So if you think about the data and the management, then you have to wind up the subjects and scopes that might cause you headache at the end. Yeah. Ajahn, please help. Sorry, it always like that, but I don't think we can accommodate everybody anyway.
Mention something from your talk. Actually, I know that you have lots of data based on your talk, but unfortunately, I think that your introduction part is too long and feel boring. So you have, when next time, if you have a chance, cut it down. Just make something which is just pinpoint to what you want to say, relevant to objective. Let's show your objective. So you have 3 objectives, I guess. You don't have slide numbers, so in that case I cannot or 2 objectives. Yeah, but for instance, you don't need to put บ้านน้ำเค็ม community. You don't need that. Everything is already done. So create sustainable community level. And this one is all right. I guess this is okay. So for me, I think that when you talk too long for introduction. And which slide is this now? Which slide number? And how many slides totally? Yeah, maybe it's better if this is almost in the middle of your talk, supposed to be something like that. So in that case, cut it down. When slide number 18, you see, this one, when you mention this, for objective, I think this is all right. Just cut down some other some of the too detailed area. But for 18, you said that I don't know where the Ban Nam Kem is exactly in Thailand, whether it's Andaman Sea or it's Gulf of Thailand. I know that people know, oh, I'm supposed to be Andaman Sea, but I want to know this is in Banam Kem is north of Phuket or not, or south. Just show a map. So something like that. And what I wrote here is some of your slide. For instance, you have two hypotheses, one with some figures. I forgot, maybe 22 or some 24 or something like that. Can you go down to, you have hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 2 in the same slide. So people, I think it's too much. If I were you, I'm going to put just hypothesis 1 for one page, hypothesis 2 for another page. And sometimes you have too many photos in one slide. I think that one is a little bit difficult. People are not sure which one are you talking about. Okay. And many people try not to put figure caption. You know, figure caption. Figure caption, that is the explanation of your photos or your figures. Try to add it down, because if I sleep, then I woke up, I can, oh, okay, you are now talking about something like this, so I can understand some. Even though some people try not to, because they think that not to put any letters or any figure caption. But for me, I think that for geology, it's important. Many social science people, they don't like to put it down, but I think for scientific work, I think it's important to put it down. Sometimes if you have to pinpoint in a slide or in a figure, you need to put some arrows to indicate that, no, this is very important, this is not that important. Okay. And one of the last one is can you go back down to the benefit, something like that? I think it's on the last slide. I don't understand some of these. So maybe you have to make sure that people understand the benefit. Who got the benefit actually? I think community, so I cannot try to find which one is community. So I got a headache. And the impact. Also community or not. So your work is more or less related to community base. So in that case, you have to put something which relevant to your research output or your result actually. And one of the interesting things is that you don't put any reference, and also some of your figures you don't quote reference, or at least the website. Okay, I think that's all. I don't want to put any much on technical work. Maybe we can talk about this later, but this is my non-technical part to tell you about your presentation.
Thank you, Ajarn Panya.
Have another.
No. Just for the time's sake, I think we need to go on.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you very much, Visaruta. So our next presentation, Pachala.
Okay, the next presentation will be Salintip Kukham from Environmental Geology Division. Salintip, are you ready from the Zoom?
Chip is sleeping. Slim don't show up and Slim doesn't want to make any presentation. Come on, Slim. Slim, I don't have much time. Come on.
Excuse me, sorry. Sorry for a little bit late. And first of all, I would like to
Excuse
apologize.
me, Sarintip. Can you show your beautiful face?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Press.
Yes, can you turn your
Okay,
camera
thank
on?
you.
Good, so we can see you.
Okay. So sorry. I would like to apologize if my connect internet connection is unstable. Okay, I would like to start my presentation. Today, I would like to show you some my independent study in preliminary police assessment in class, a case study in Chiang Rai province. Sorry. Okay. Is I think have some problem about the show. May I switch the mode of screen share? And then the room may I share the slide? First of all, I would like to introduce you the area that I study. The Chiang Rai province is the north of Thailand. Is nearby with Laos and Myanmar. That kind of geomorphologies, culture and tradition, and also high of economic activity. After the earthquake in 2014, we found many sinkholes that occur in the province. The event is the last year in March 7, 2022. At that time, we lost about 5 acres of water and the fish that inside. Actually, DMR was study sinkhole potential map in 2005. But if you can see from the map, the point of the sinkhole occur is not related with the map. So when we think about the geological map of Chiang Rai, we found the sinkhole is mainly in the area of crust of limestone in the area. So the objective of this study is to study and analyze the factor related to the sinkhole disaster in the area of Chiang Rai province. And second, to assess the sinkhole rich area in Chiang Rai province. And the third is to propose guideline or measure to be used in the management of sinkhole prone area. For this study, I have a conceptual framework related to the risk assessment that risk equal hazard plus exposure and plus vulnerability. And this we define in three parts. First is sinkhole hazard or sinkhole potential. They have many factors that relate with sinkhole hazard and potential, such as lithology, geological structure, geomorphology, groundwater, runoff or stream in the area. Second is exposure, is the land use and land cover. The third is vulnerability, is the population density or a group, or the thing we can analyze by using can make a sinkhole risk zone. Then we can give some sinkhole risk measurement for people in that area. Output for this study, I expect that we can have a factor related to sinkhole disaster in the area of Chiang Rai province. And second is a map for sinkhole risk area in the Chiang Rai province. And the third is the guideline or measure for spatial management of sinkhole risk area for the government or another agency. The outcome or the effect of this study, I hope that people or any agency in Chiang Rai province can be used and assess the sinkhole risk map for planning, designing, and study the construction site or manage the land use policy to further reduce the impact of sinkhole. This is some of the paper that I select to be main paper of my study. This is from Iran. They also use the method of ASP and some criteria or factor. They also relate with the one that I already have. The technique that also use the Paris comparison metric to calculate the mean weight of criteria used to assess the sinkhole susceptibility, such as groundwater, the pore density, and this is the sorry that I not translate it properly. I found that this method, they also have some weeks that I cannot follow or his step because some factor we lack of data, but also I still use another paper that some kind of similar with the study, but they use another criteria too. And why I use the ASP, because some paper they said that the ASP can predict the sinkhole potential is almost 76%. Is I conclude the all, and this is the step that I going to use. First of all is correct the data, and second is to clarify the data that I have, and also do the ASP survey from the expert adjustment. This I think that's enough for this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sarintip. Can we go back to your title page?
Thank you.
You have putting in quite a lot of maps and pictures and things. So some of them are very small. Be very pay very much attention to the front cover of your presentation. Typing is very important, so try not to make any errors on the typings. For example, can you blow it up on a screen? Like, so your position, professional. Yeah, that's the impression that you're going to get from the audience. If you pay attention to it, then the rest of the presentation will be successful. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Continue to the next one. But in general, I think, yeah, this is what you're looking for, right, Ajahn Panya? The location maps. Yeah. I mentioned it in the morning already to some of the presentation that we really need the basic data, and you did showing us some of the maps, which is the good part. Yeah, and yeah, and can you continue? Yeah. Start getting into some of the maps, then we start having to have difficulties seeing the picture and especially the texts, because the legend is very small, and we don't really know which part that you're looking for, or if you really stress on any part of the map. Especially if you look at the small screen, then that would be impossible to see, especially on the geological maps. This one is impossible to read, and even you circle, highlight on some of the rock units, it might be a good idea that you can blow it up for just only the part that you want to show. Yeah. I forgot the other thing. Just want to make sure that you really show us the problems. I already forgot. Anyway, I'll think about it and then wait for Ajahn Panya to comment, and then I might come back to that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Just a quick comment. Your big question. What is it?
The big question is, can we access the list of Singapore by using the remote sensing?
That's the methodology. What I'm trying to say is that you should state very clearly what is your big question, and then from there, what is your hypothesis, and then from there, with your hypothesis, you need the remote sensing to solve it for you. Try to connect the questions to the methodology through geological models and your hypothesis. It seems to be lacking in your presentation. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so next time put it in and try to make sure that, yeah. And also you have a lot of details on some of your diagram. You are running out of your battery, right?
Thank you.
My goodness, where are you now? Are you somewhere in the jungle or something? The signal is not so good.
Yes, the internet is very unstable here.
But
I'm
thank
in
you
the
anyway then for joining and be with us all day. Yeah. อาจารย์เชิญครับ
Can I have your first slide, please?
Yes, right. It is going to
Gone. No, okay,
to
it's all right.
Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Again, if while waiting, I want to mention that you should mention about some of your references. For instance, UNDRR, something like that. We want sometime we want to know that you try to tell us about your work, exactly how many references that you use, stuff like that. The reason I want you to show us about your first slide is that, so what is the background of your scenery? Is that the Chiang Rai area or some
No.
no? Okay.
Okay.
So if I were you, I think that it's better to use Chiang Rai or something like that, something related to your class study. Okay. That's one of my, or at least if this is Chiang Rai, then you just put arrow. Oh, this is something like we may going to have something like Sing Ho after this, something like that. Is this the first time for you to study Sing Ho? This is my question. Is this the first time for you to study Sing Ho?
Yes.
The first time.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned about you are going to study factor controlling sinkholes. That is in your objective.
Yes.
What is the exactly the factor controlling? So you need limestone or not? Or you don't need in order to make a sinkhole?
Some paper that said it can occur in limestone, but in general way it can occur also in salt, rock salt, and is in the sediment is not.
So what I mean
Not,
is, you are going to tell us from the geological map that you mentioned about some Permian carbonate, something like that, isn't it?
Yes, some
So
Permian
in
and
this case,
some quaternary sediment.
Then after that, you factor controlling factor for the sinkhole is supposed to be something which is easily to rocks or sediment which is easily to be solved, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Normally we don't use the term study for the objective. Try not to use the term try to use to investigate something like that. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And can you go back to slide number 12?
So well.
12, yes.
Yes.
This is
Yeah.
7, but this is important word, but you don't you forget to mention about the sinkhole factor, something like that. You see, lithology, geological structures, geomorphology, groundwater, and runoff is the main factors for involving for the sinkhole formation. Can you go down to 12?
I think my computer is error again. Okay, it's coming. Okay.
So you see that if you compare these with your earlier slides, you see
Yeah.
this is from not from your work, isn't it?
Yes,
It's from Iran.
yes.
The map they show here is interesting because normally they have latitude and longitude. They have the scale. They also have the north direction. Comparing to your work, just go back to your first or second, third, something like that slide number. Yes, this is one also. This is okay now.
And then,
Okay, number 4, number 5, number 4 and number 5. Can you see the difference? This is number what? Number 5. You see, you don't have any scale and direction, not arrow, something like that. Yeah. So I cannot understand how big or how long is this area, something like that. Okay, that's I think is important. And this map done by whom? By yourself?
no, this is the previous study of others.
Yeah, but who? It's
Okay.
okay because next time when you try to present, you don't forget this one as well. You know, the weak point for this map is you don't have scale. You normally you use the not latitude or longitude. Latitude and longitude is quite important, particularly when you want to publish in the paper in English, only in English. Okay. North direction again. Don't forget scale, latitude and longitude. Who did this in 2005? The same as this one here. The same. Just you still forget the.
This one is the draft of my study. Yeah, but I not rectify this one. Yes, so I did not show in the presentation.
Oh, this is the result or outcome of your work.
It's near outcome because actually this is the sinkhole potential map, but the last product of my study is but is the one part of my study.
Okay. I cannot hear your voice, or you just.
This one is a part of my study because the parts of my study they have 3 things. One is about factor for sinkhole study, and second is sinkhole potential map, and third is sinkhole list map. So this one is the second one of my study.
Okay.
I
All
did
right.
not show in the presentation because this time we talk about the proposal present, but
Mhm,
I would
mhm.
like to show because it highlight the expectation of my study.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have no more further question.
No further comment. Okay. Yeah, a quick reminder for Sarintip and also for other presenters that still since the morning session, we always see the literature review as one slide per one paper, and then the next paper, and then the next paper. This is not actually what we really want to see. What we really want to see is that you extract some of the fact from some of the result from the papers, from a number of papers, and then you put things together in order to find out what is it that is lacking, or what is it that is still the problem, or nobody has done it yet, or looking for some weakness of the whole study as a whole, and then you try to grab it as a big question. That's what we really want to see. If you can do that, and you can find some of the weak point of the whole study, of the whole community, international, I mean, and then if you use that as a big question, and then you can come up with the hypothesis towards the methodology that you are applying. That would be very, very nice to see. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for to see from you guys, but haven't been successful yet. So hopefully, if you could summarize it, write a nice paragraph about literature review, and show us the result, that would be very nice. Okay, we don't want to see one paper at a time. This is all about, and the next paper, blah blah blah, and the next one, blah blah blah. No, we don't want to see it. We want you to digest it. We want you to summarize it and write a good paper, good paragraphs about it, and then link the big question to the methodology. Besides, for Sarintip's title, you can also put in the methodology that you've been applying in your title as well. You know, it could be the application of remote sensing on the blah 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 sinkhole study or something in Chiang Rai province, something like that. You know, that'd be very helpful for the reader to quickly find out what is this all about, what kind of methodology that you're using, right? Yeah, thank you, Sarin. Yeah, okay.
Professor, I used to put some the word of AHP in the title of my study, and my mentor, Mr. Suvit, he said that it's too long because when we put all the name together, is very wrong. So he suggests me to cut down, and then we have only the word of risk assessment, a case study in Chiang Rai. That the recommend from my mentor. That's why I not put the word of analytical hierarchy process in the name. That's the reason.
Can I have another simple question.
Mhm.
Why do you choose Chiang Rai for this study?
Actually, this method we can use in the whole country.
In the
But-
whole world.
Yeah, in the whole world. But first, the effect of sinkhole, the sinkhole in Chiang Rai province that occur after the big earthquake in Chiang Rai. So I try to find the relate of two events. And second is I have the data that enough to use in this area when compared with another area, such as the geological map in detail 25,000 scale, and another previous sinkhole. So I select Chiang Rai, highlight the model, first model of mine.
This is very good explanation, but you didn't mention this in your talk, did you?
I'm not.
That's very important actually. So if I were you, I will put these things, because are there a lot of sinkholes happened in the past in Chiang Rai area?
Actually, it's not a lot when compared with another province, but the event is very affect to the people, because the people go to the area and pay and
Attention
and feel scared of the event.
to.
Feel scared of the
So
event.
if I were you, again, I will put this in introduction part, or in the reason I select this area because of that blah 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 blah,
Okay.
something like that. And in Chiang Rai, do you have any limestone?
Yes.
The
We
percentage
have
of limestone
that.
compared with some other rocks?
Compare with another log, yes, I have the data of the limestone.
Yeah, something like that. You may say that because limestone can, create some sinkholes very easily, something like that, and then you may say that limestone is the most important rocks in Chiang Rai, and also you can have 13 หมูป่า, something like that. So that's why you prefer selecting this area for your study. Yeah, something which related to you to people will, oh, okay, oh, this is good. So in that case, I believe you. Something, try to convince some others to help you for your research. Your research is important, so that's why. Blah 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 blah. Okay. I think I have enough.
Yeah, definitely, that's a very good point. And that also reminds me of the case study in Kanchanaburi as well. So if you can sort of scope down the size of your study area, I'm thinking about Kanchanaburi because the real case happened just not very far from the dam, I mean. So that would give a very good impact to the infrastructure, especially on the dam site. So that would cause a lot of damage to the dam if this happened. So that would even give you a stronger reason for the study. That is just a suggestion. If you can find some link with the important structure like dam, because the dam, when you talk about earthquake, sinkhole and the dam. So the consequence of the breakup of the breakdown of the dam is very high, and a lot of people would pay attention to it. So that will have a great impact on your study. So try to pick up a very good area next time then. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Salinti, for your presentation. The next presenter is Mr. Pubet Sakha from Fossil Protection Division. Are you ready, Pubet? Please.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, I will share my slide. Okay, สวัสดีครับ good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pubet Sakha, professional geologist level from Fossil Protection Divisions. Today, I would like to present my conceptual proposals. My title is about surveying fossil sites by using drone surveys to increase the area utilization efficiency. A case study of the Thakkadan fossil site, Kanchanaburi province. This is outline of my study. Start from the background and objective, methodology, duration of study, output and outcome, and the last one is utilization. The background of this study is the Fossil Protection Division has the Fossil Protection Act of 2008 as an agency responsible for mapping for fossil sites. And currently, the Fossil Protection Division uses only ground survey for mapping fossil sites. And so the use of drone for surveying fossil sites boundary will increase the efficiency of utilization of important fossil sites in Thailand. Objective of this study to propose a guideline for determining for the area for the management of the Thakkadan fossil site in Kanchanaburi province. Methodology for this study start from first one, gather information about the Thakkadan fossil site in Kanchanaburi province. This site is Nautiloid fossil site at Banthakkadan, Sisawat district, Kanchanaburi province. It is the sort where a lot of Nautiloid fossils are found in the various genera, and this site is one of the most integrity fossil site in Thailand. This site found in the limestone layers of the middle Ordovician periods, about 470 million years old. The second methodology is a study method of surveying, including ground surveying method of all the coordinate level surveying with kinetic satellite receiver RTK and surveying with drone with RTK also. The third of the methodology for this study is carry out ground survey and drone survey in the study areas. And then is data processing. The data were processed with AutoCAD and photogrammetry program. And the fifth methodology for this study is analyze the data obtained from both survey method. Consists of ground surveying and drone surveying data. And the last methodology for this study is proposed guideline for determining the area for the management of the Takadan fossil site in Kanchanaburi province. The duration for this study is a period of 9 months, January to September 2024. Output and outcome for this study. Output is mapping fossil sites boundary using drone survey that consists of auto map, dem map, and contour map. And outcome for this study is guideline for determining the area for the management of the Takadan fossil site, Kanchanaburi province. Utilization for this study. This study will make the local community to apply guideline for determining the area for Takadan fossil sites management in their local tourism development plans. Thank you and ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, any comments? Yes.
Ubed, are you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have a
Kevin.
question. What sensor did you use in your drone and what data did you get from your drone?
Again, please, Mr. Kevin.
What sensor did you use in your drone and
Sensor.
what data did you get from your drone as well?
I think you mean the camera.
Yes, sensor on camera.
Drone. About drone.
Yes.
Drone that's used in this method for this study. Using drone with the camera and the data from drone, it just a picture. That's picture that's including coordinate of the map, something like that.
Yes, I
พิ
see.
กัดในแมปนะครับ
เห็นอยู่ครับbut I think that did you use LiDAR sensor because I see topography about high and relief. Did you use LiDAR on your drone or not?
Yes, there's ขอตอบเป็นภาษาไทยหน่อยแล้วกันนะครับ
ได้ครับ
เนื่องจากข้อพิกัดข้อจำกัดแล้วก็ประกอบกับเครื่องมือในปัจจุบันด้วยครับที่จะสามารถ สามารถหายืมได้ในตอนนี้ข้อจำกัดคือเราไม่มีอุปกรณ์ที่จะทันสมัยขนาดจะใช้ไรด้าได้ครับก็ซึ่งไรด้าในกรมเรายังไม่มีอุปกรณ์ที่ทันสมัยขนาดนั้นค่าเออร์เลอร์ของโฟโตแกรมมิตรีอาจจะเออร์เลอร์มากกว่าเซนเซอร์ไรด้าแน่นอนนะครับแต่ว่าในผมจึงเลือกที่สำคัญที่เลือกสถานที่นี้เพราะว่าที่แหล่งนอติลอยท่ากระดานค่อนข้างจะเป็นพื้นที่เปิดด้วยก็อาจจะตัดข้อจำกัดตรงนั้นทิ้งไปได้เยอะครับแต่ถ้าเป็นแหล่งที่ต้นไม้สูงก็แต่มันก็มีวิธีการแก้ไขเออร์เลอร์อยู่เหมือนกันนะฮะก็เป็นกระบวนการต้องเพิ่มในส่วนของกาวคอนโทรลแมปในวิธีการสำรวจด้วยโดรนนะฮะมันก็จะมีวิธีการแก้ไขอยู่ครับถ้าเราไม่มีตัวอะไรได้จริงๆครับ
โอเคครับขอบคุณครับน้องบาส
Yes, for me, well, thank you for your presentation. I just have a very, very quick comments that we don't really see the references, literature review that you have done, and really what is the big questions of your study. Do you want to prove that using this technique is more superior to other type of techniques? That's the first one. And the second one was that you try to link the result with the application of the result to have the management plan of the study area. Is that right?
Yep.
It seems to me that this is a very weak connection, judging from having only the topography from the survey, and then you want to have the ultimate goal of, a management plan of the fossil sites. Just want to make sure that you really want to reach that point, or it's just not something that is, make the project look good. Besides, when you compare, when you go back to 2 slides, you see that you put 2 type of methods in comparing, and then there should be any publications or anything to mention about the why your selected method is far better than the other one. In terms of time saving, maybe one of them, I think you have already mentioned if, right? But then cost affecting, what about the precisions and things? Is there any previous study carried out on that?
Yeah.
เปรียบเทียบ2 วิธีครับว่ามันมีการที่
คือ
เราเทียบกัน
สำหรับวิธีการศึกษาครับอาจารย์ฮะก็ที่เลือกใช้ที่คิดว่าโดรนเนี่ยมันจะสามารถที่จะมาใช้เพิ่มประสิทธิภาพในการที่จะมาบริหารจัดการการใช้ประโยชน์พื้นที่ได้ดีกว่าเพราะว่า1คือรายละเอียดสภาพพื้นที่จะเห็นได้ชัดกว่าการสำรวจโดยการในภาคพื้นดินนะฮะก็ มันจะเห็นในภาคพื้นดินเวลาเราคีเอทออกมามันก็จะออกมาเป็นแค่คอนทัวร์ธรรมดาแล้วก็ใช้เวลาค่อนข้างมากด้วยในการเดินเท้าแล้วก็แต่ถ้าใช้โดรนตรงนี้ก็สิ่งที่จะได้มาก็มันจะได้มากกว่าเส้นคอนทัวร์แน่นอนได้มาทั้งภาพแผนที่ออโต้สีก็คือเป็นแผนที่ที่มีภาพแสดงให้เห็นสภาพชุมชนสภาพป่าสภาพพื้นที่ว่างเปล่าแล้วก็รายละเอียดจะเยอะกว่าแล้วก็ที่สำคัญคือใช้เวลาสำรวจน้อยกว่าแล้วก็มองเห็นภาพรวมได้กว้างกว่าอย่างเงี้ยฮะก็เลยเลือกที่จะใช้โดรนมาใช้ในการที่จะเพิ่มประสิทธิภาพในการใช้ประโยชน์พื้นที่โดยรอบอะฮะไม่ใช่แค่พื้นที่ซากดึกดำบรรพ์อย่างเดียวก็จะเป็นการใช้ประโยชน์ของพื้นที่โดยรอบอะฮะอย่างเช่นในภาพตัวอย่างเนี่ยฮะยกตัวอย่างเช่นพื้นที่ฟอสซิลอาจจะเป็นจุดตรงกลางของภาพนี้ฮะแต่เราจะบริหารจัดการทั้งชุมชนประกอบด้วยแล้วก็แล้วชุมชนก็น่าจะได้ประโยชน์ในการที่จากข้อมูลจากการที่เราผลที่ได้จากการทำแผนที่นี้ไปใช้ประยุกต์ใช้ในเรื่องของแผนพัฒนาการท่องเที่ยวในชุมชนเอาไปต่อยอดได้อีกครับ
Do you think your result will be better than Google Earth or
Yes.
Maps from either iPhone or Google's? Which one is the quickest fact finding? Should we wait for your result to be able to manage the area, or can someone just grab the Google Maps or iMap to just manage the area? Which one is better? In your opinion?
Yeah. สำหรับผมข้อจำกัดของGoogle Earth ก็ตามนะครับก็เอาจริงสภาพปัจจุบันก็ไม่ผมคิดว่ามันน่าจะย้อนหลังไปสักปีหนึ่งอะไรอย่างนี้สภาพพื้นที่ก็ค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ค่อยอัปเดตเท่าไหร่แล้วก็ความละเอียดของการใช้โดรนเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะเลือกได้ว่าต้องการจะใช้ความละเอียดที่1ต่อเท่าไหร่ด้วยเนี่ยฮะแต่ว่าในจากGoogle Earth ก็ตามพอต้องการในความละเอียดสูงแล้วอะฮะก็จะติดข้อจำกัดนั้นไม่อัปเดตด้วยแล้วก็ความละเอียดไม่น้อยกว่าด้วยเนี่ยฮะซึ่งการใช้โดรนเราจะสามารถเลือกได้ทั้งความละเอียดทั้งแล้วก็ได้ข้อมูลที่อัปเดตกว่าครับ ซึ่งจากประสบการณ์ที่ผ่านมาก็อย่างเวลาเราจะไปขอใช้ประโยชน์จากพื้นที่กรรมสิทธิ์ของป่าไม้หรืออุทยานหรือที่ดินสปก.อะไรก็ตามเนี่ยฮะเขาก็จะต้องการได้ข้อมูลที่เป็นปัจจุบันมากที่สุดในขณะที่ทำการยื่นขอหรือว่าในการใช้ขออนุมัติใช้พื้นที่ต่างๆว่าณวันที่คุณยื่นขอพื้นที่นั้นใช้ประโยชน์อะไรอยู่เนี่ยฮะ
So is there any other source of data that you can possibly also use for the updated one, like the satellite image or something? Is it possible? I mean, I'm trying to be someone who defend for you. I mean, finding some good reason that, okay, we definitely have to use drone in the survey. But because of the recent technology, if someone say, why don't we just grab the latest satellite image and we plug it in and we can just, register or whatever the coordinate they have. And then they might come up with something that is very similar to your work using drone, which of course you have to spend time and money to acquire the data. And then I don't even know how big the area that you can actually cover within a very quick period of time, very short period of time. Can you cover the whole basin of the Tagadan area? That would be very nice. I mean, for the Tagadan area is a very, very nice case for area management in terms of geotourism. So back to my question, that do you think your survey is more superior than the latest satellite image?
ก็สำหรับการศึกษาผมคิดว่าน่าจะสำหรับการใช้โดรนก็ถ้าในภาพกว้างจริงๆนะครับก็โดรนมันก็จะมีข้อจำกัดเหมือนกันถ้าในลักษณะของพื้นที่กว้างจริงๆมันก็จะไม่สามารถเก็บข้อมูลได้นั้นอาจจะต้องจำเป็นต้องจะใช้ในส่วนของภาพถ่ายดาวเทียมหรืออะไรก็ตามนะฮะแต่ว่าในพื้นที่แหล่งซากดึกดำบรรพ์หรือว่าชุมชนขนาดที่ไม่กว้างมากนะฮะก็ผมก็ยังคิดว่าการใช้โดรนก็จะสามารถน่าจะได้ประโยชน์มากกว่าแล้วก็อัปเดตมากกว่าภาพถ่ายดาวเทียมแน่นอนครับแต่ว่าถ้าในพื้นที่ที่กว้างหลายตารางกิโลเมตรจริงๆก็อันนั้นจำเป็นจะต้องใช้ภาพถ่ายดาวเทียมครับซึ่งโดรนไม่สามารถจะทำได้ครับมันก็จะมีข้อจำกัดในเรื่องของการใช้โดรนทำแผนที่อยู่ครับ
Okay, that's a good answer. Yeah, try to limit your study to a small area with a very high superior quality. So as long as you can stand firm on your ground, saying that the drone could give you a very good result for a very small area, then that's fine. Yeah, right.
Yep.
No further comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bath,
ครับ
can you show me the first slide? Your topic. No title. Okay. Tell me what is the keywords for your title? If I were you, I'm going to say that drone survey is one of the keywords. Okay?
Yes. Drone
Another
survey.
one is Tagadan, fossil site, is probably the second keywords. And if I were you again, I'm going to mention that where is your Tagadan fossil site? Is Tagadan a name of a district or is Tagadan is what? How far is it from Kanchanaburi area? Accessibility, is it easy to access? You can answer in Thai if you like. Oh.
Please again, please because my phone is coming.
No map.
Sorry, Professor.
You first thing is, if I were you, I'm going to mention about how the importance of the drone survey is supposed to be. If I were you, you have to mention that drone is good for what and what is the limitation of drone, but not many sentence on the disadvantage. Say something which is more advantage of drone survey. Drone can be used in several approaches or just only for this this topic. Do you understand what I mean? Then I'm going to mention about Thakadan area, which is very good fossil sites. So you have to mention the importance of this Thakadan area. Oh, you say that it's not along something like that, which is in the district, something like that.
Yep.
How difficult to go there?
How difficult?
Mhm.
Uh,
The important thing is to show the map, isn't it?
yep.
Mm.
No, this Thakadan area is
In Thai, you can
I
say in
think,
Thai, so it's save time.
yep. ไม่ การเข้าถึงไม่ยากนะครับอาจารย์
ไม่เป็นไรแต่คุณต้องแสดงให้เห็น
แต่ว่าการเข้าถึงในการสำรวจมันไม่ยากนะครับ แต่ว่าสิ่งที่ผมจะศึกษาคือข้อมูลจากข้อมูลในการทำแผนที่แหล่งซากแล้วก็พื้นที่โดยรอบนี่แหละครับมันการที่ใช้โดรนมันจะได้ข้อมูลที่ดีกว่าการสำรวจรังวัดด้วยวิธีการเดินภาคพื้นดินปกติครับอาจารย์สิ่งที่มันจะได้ข้อมูลที่ดีกว่ามากพื้นที่มากกว่าแล้วก็อัปเดตที่กว่าเนี่ยฮะกว่าหลายๆวิธีครับแล้วก็สามารถจะไปต่อยอดได้
ผมจะรู้ได้ดีกว่ามันต้องชักแม่น้ำทั้ง5ใช่ไหม
เทียบกับการ
ชักแม่น้ำทั้ง5ได้คุณต้องไปทำ literature reviews ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็คุณก็ต้องไปบอกเขาบอกว่าเฮ้ยจากการรีวิวของข้าพเจ้าเนี่ยข้าพเจ้าค้นพบว่ามีหลายประเทศหลายพื้นที่ที่เขาทำด้วยวิธีนี้แล้วมันได้ผลคุณถึงมาใช้ไอ้นี่แล้วคุณก็ไปเลือกพื้นที่ที่เป็นท่ากระดาน fossil site ซึ่งมันเข้าถึงได้ง่ายอะไรต่างๆในตอนแรกสุดนะแล้วคุณก็พูดถึงความสำคัญของท่ากระดานในตัวนี้สักนิดหนึ่งอย่างที่คุณบอกเนี่ยแหละถูกแล้วแล้วทีนี้คุณได้ result ออกมาคุณก็ต้องบอกว่าขอดู result ที่คุณทำแบบนิดหนึ่งได้ไหมมันมีอยู่รูปหนึ่งที่คุณใส่เรื่องของ result เนี่ย
result มันจะออกมาประมาณนี้ครับอาจารย์
มันคืออะไรเขาจะรู้ไหมเนี่ย
มันนอกจากว่าเราจะได้ออกมาเป็นแผนที่แหล่งซากดึกดำบรรพ์แล้วฮะเราจะยังได้เป็น
อยู่ตรงไหนไม่รู้ไอ้ไซต์ตรงนั้นอยู่ตรงไหน
อันนี้เป็น conceptual proposal ครับอาจารย์ผมยังไม่ได้ลงพื้นที่ไปเก็บข้อมูลเลยครับ
ไม่ต้องลงเลยมันมีในหนังสือ previous work ของกรมทรัพย์ทั้งนั้นเลยโอ้เยอะแยะหมดเลยกระดาน area อยู่ที่ไหนแต่ว่าบอกได้
ครับแต่ว่าครับ
ถูกไหม
ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นสมมุติว่านี่เป็นท่ากระดานคุณต้องพยายามจะ label ให้มันชัดเจนว่าลูกศรนี่เป็น fossil site นะครับอันนี้มันเป็นพื้นที่ของโรงเก็บ fossil นะครับไอ้ตรงนี้เป็นบ้านนะครับตรงนี้เป็นที่อยู่อาศัยนะครับคุณเห็นว่าแล้วคุณก็จะได้ออกมาเป็นรูปอะไรต่างๆอันนี้คืออะไร
อันนี้คือพื้นที่แหล่งอันนี้คือพื้นที่แหล่งท่ากระดานเนี่ยแหละครับแต่ว่าอันนี้เอามาจาก Google Earth ครับ
มันเห็นชัดไหม
ถ้ารายละเอียดก็ไม่เห็นเลยครับไม่เห็นว่าข้างล่างนี่คือแหล่งซากเลยครับ
พยายามสร้างสเกลนิดหนึ่งนะในรูปนี้สมมติคุณพยายามมั่วสเกลมาคุณพยายามมั่วทิศออกมาแล้วเสร็จแล้วคุณก็ไปอย่างที่เมื่อกี้มีการดิสคัสกันว่าโดรนมันดีกว่าการโดรนดีกว่าโคตรชัดเลยที่เคยเข้าไปแล้ว
อันนี้ไม่ใช่อันนี้คือก่อนแต่จะชี้ให้ดูว่าแผนที่จากโทรศัพท์ที่สามารถมองจอ
iPhone
ชัดเลยนะคือแมปได้เลยนะ
Now we are talking about something which happened from by using iPhone. you can get very detailed work. And I'm sure that you can see some fractures, even that.
ที่สำคัญสำหรับโดนที่จะมาใช้ในงานนี้ครับมันจะมีในเรื่องของความคลาดเคลื่อนของค่าพิกัดด้วยครับซึ่งที่ใช้โดนในที่นี้จะเป็นโดรนที่สามารถที่จะรับสัญญาณค่าพิกัดจากดาวเทียมได้ที่ผมใส่ชื่อไปว่าเป็นระบบรับสัญญาณดาวเทียมแบบ RTK ครับมันจะความคลาดเคลื่อนมันก็จะน้อยมากโดยที่ถึงขนาดว่ากรมที่ดินหรือกรมชลประทานกรมเหมืองแร่ก็ยอมรับในการที่จะใช้โดรนในการทำแผนที่เลยครับเพราะว่าค่าพิกัดมันเอาไปพอไปใส่ในพวก GIS อะไรมันจะค่อนข้างที่จะเทียบเท่ากับที่เราใช้ภาคพื้นดินเลยครับ
อย่างที่คุณพูดเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเอาไปจับยัดใส่เข้าไปใน introduction part เพราะคุณอันที่หนึ่งคุณไม่มี previous work อันที่สองคุณเลือกท่ากระดานแต่คุณไม่ได้พูดถึงรายละเอียดว่าท่ากระดานมันสำคัญยังไงท่ากระดาน fossil site นะถ้าเป็นผมเป็นคุณผมพยายามใส่ใน introduction part เมื่อกี้คุยอาจารย์ธิติบอกว่าเฮ้ยมันชัดมากเห็นด้วยเลยแหละมันโคตรจะชัดเลยภาพที่ไม่ได้มาจากโดรนนะเมื่อกี้อาจารย์โชว์อะไรให้สักอย่างหนึ่ง
If you really want to see it, I can show it on the screen if you want to see it. Okay, this is just recently that I went to Konkan, and I happened to find some of the area that you can see the cracks in the rocks systematically from the map in the phone very clearly. Whether should I share it?
please
How can I share my screen?
เขาต้องออกของเขา
Pachara.
เขาต้องออกของต้อง
ผมออกแล้วครับ
ออกแล้วใช่ไหมครับกันนี้ก็
ครับอาจารย์แชร์ได้เลยครับ
คืออย่างนี้ระหว่างที่กำลังจะแชร์เนี่ยผมอยากจะพูดอย่างนี้ถ้าผมเป็นคุณนะผมจะรีบแลดเอา Google Map มาเปรียบเทียบกับโดรนที่คุณบินแล้วก็ชี้เขาเห็นว่าคุณสามารถที่จะเห็นอะไรก็ตามที่มันอยู่ในนั้นชัดเจนเพื่อการ management ในขณะที่ Google Map ทำไม่ได้ discussion part เนี่ยคุณต้องทำอย่างนี้ให้ได้เพราะไม่งั้นคุณก็ไม่สามารถจะบอกได้เลยว่าสิ่งที่คุณกำลังจะบอกว่าคุณกำลังจะทำเดี๋ยวคุณต้องแปลให้ผมฟังคือ utilization กับ outcome คุณผมไม่เคลียร์นะเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าทำได้คุณควรจะต้องทำอย่างนั้นมันยังไม่เห็นวิธีการอื่นนะอันที่หนึ่งนะจุดบอดของคุณคือ introduction part คุณไม่เคลียร์โอ้นี่ชัดมากเลยอาจารย์ขยายได้อีกนะเนี่ย please
This is the outcrop scale. As you can see, one of the structure sort of kind of in the center of the photographs, that was actually a house. Okay, that's actually a house. On the left-hand side and the right-hand side, you see the outcrop very clearly. Not just only the outcrop, but you see very clearly joints. It's very systematic. You can even measure strike of this, and then you can plot it on the stereo net. If you zoom it in, you can see even in details how many, right? So with this quality, that's why I start questioning whether this is on the ground surface, right?
Yep.
This is a house. So back to this one again. So now you can see that some of the picture is taken from different direction.
Is this from Google or just
This one is from my iPad.
iPad? Ubath,
ครับ
you have some difficulties now.
Um,
If
Stop
someone
sharing.
wants to use something like this, then maybe you get into trouble.
แต่ผมว่าคิดว่าถ้าแต่ว่าการที่เราจะมาล่างขอบเขต เราที่การจะมาตึงหมุดการที่เราจะมาร์กหมุดลงไปในเนี้ยฮะเขากรมที่ดินหรือกรมพอเอาไปจะเอาไปเชื่อมต่อกับหน่วยงานอื่นเรื่องหมุดค่าพิกัดเนี่ยฮะเขาไม่ยอมรับอะฮะอันนี้ก็จะ
That is another
ถ้าเรามาลากขอบเขตพื้นที่จริงๆแล้วก็เอาไปนำเสนอประกอบที่ดินอะไรอย่างเงี้ยฮะเขาไม่ให้การยอมรับค่าพิกัดในเรื่องของการเอาตัวนี้มาใช้หรอกครับค่าพิกัดไม่ได้หรอกครับ
That's why we are questioning about to conduct the study. Do we really need that kind of precision to solve any legal argument or something, or is this just for a general purpose on this study? So that's why I start questioning you whether if people saying that, oh, I can see it from my cell phone. So do you need to invest that amount of money on the survey? We're not going to prove any legal right on the landowner or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the point that we're worried about you. I mean, for you, not about you, for you.
Yeah. เดี๋ยว
If you
เดี๋ยว
can
ผมจะ
come
ขอ
up with a
คำปรึกษา
very
อา
good
จารย์แล้วกันครับ
explanation, then we don't mind. But we just want you to be well prepared for this kind of question.
ก็สำหรับเรื่องนี้ก็เป็นประเด็นกับผมเคยนำเสนอกับทางผู้บริหารไปก็มีประเด็นเยอะอยู่ครับคำถามว่า วิธีการของคุณมันดีกว่าเดิมยังไงนี่แหละครับก็พยายามจะหาพยายามจะนำเสนอข้อดีของมันแล้วก็เดี๋ยวถ้าได้ลงสนามแล้วก็เก็บข้อมูลจริงๆแล้วครับผมจะมาวิเคราะห์ให้ดูว่าตอนนี้ผมยังมันอาจจะอธิบายได้ยากอยู่ฮะแต่ว่าถ้าผมเอามาต่อยอดให้ทุกท่านได้เห็นในรายงานหรือว่าการศึกษาก็เดี๋ยวผมจะมานำเสนออีกทีครับว่ามันมีข้อดีกว่าการรังวัดแบบภาคพื้นที่ทำอยู่เดิมยังไงครับ
That's good. We don't need your answer today, but just that Ajahn Panya said literature review is another option that you can also investigate. We recommend that you investigate on literature reviews, so just in case that you come across any good publications that you can compare and then use it as one of the reasons why you choose to use the drone in your survey.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ขอบคุณ
ขอบคุณ
ค
ค
รั
รับ บ
Thank you, Pubet, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to invite Ms. Sawapap Uthairat from the Environmental Geology Division to present the next bit. Sawapap, are you ready?
Good afternoon. I am Sawapap Uthairat, a geologist practitioner level from Environmental Geology Division. I am going to present my proposal in the title Monitoring Coastal Change Using Sentinel-2 and Google Earth Engine in the Moonlight Beach ระยองหรือว่าหาดแสงจันทร์จังหวัดระยองค่ะ The content that I'm going to talk today will start with introductions, then study area, objective of this study, material and method that used in this study, and the last one is the expected result. The Google Earth Engine is a free cloud-based platform for planetary scale geospatial analysis, which has a massive catalog of satellite imagery and geospatial data sets available. And the sea land mapping is mostly used for coastline evolution studies, including erosion and accretion trend using image classification, image segmentation, and several index. The different index that be widely accepted for sea land mapping are the normalized different water index or NDWI and the modified NDWI or MNDWI. The two of these index use different satellite band compute. And according to Thailand has a large coastal area which the distance is around 3,000 kilometers and around 20% of the range it affects the coastal erosion. Normally, manual shoreline delimitation is always used as it is more accurate. However, it is that the manual shoreline delimitation is time consuming and not friendly to user resources. So the Moonlight Beach at Rayong province is selected to examine and try to analyze under the Google Earth Engine. For the objective of this study is to monitor the coastal change in the Moonlight Beach, Rayong province, and the second is to compare the using of satellite index between NDWI and MNDWI in the Moonlight Beach, Rayong province. The material that used in this work is the Sentinel-2 image, level 2 from December 2018 to the present time. And the analysis will be under the Google Earth Engine platform by using the method of NDWI and MNDWI index. And this is the examples of the output. The climatology in the left side, the image in the left side show the difference of water and land, and the variation rate show the changing of the area, which the value 1 it mean that the area away water, while the value of 0 mean that the area away land, and the other value show in yellow color means that area have some changing during the monitoring time. And the last one, the expected result of this study. The first one is I would like to get an area of coastal change from year 2018 to the present time in the study area. And the second one is an alternative method for the long-term coastal monitoring. And this is all of my presentation. Thank you.
สวัสดีค่ะ I would like to know that the Moonlight Beach is it okay. Moonlight Beach is the you use the Moonlight Beach from translate to the Thai, right? Because but I'm just curious that in Thai you have Sangjan, but you usually use the Moonlight Beach because it's a very beautiful name. So I just question.
The reason that I use the Moonlight Beach is because in the Google map it show the Moonlight Beach. So I select the English name of that location. Am I answered your question?
ขอบคุณค่ะ
So is that means this is a common name, right?
Yes, I think it's common
this
name.
is a common name in Thai.
Common name in Thai should be หาดแสงจันทร์ but I think Moonlight Beach should be known among the international tourists also.
Is it already famous?
Yes.
Maybe it's still good to say Hat Sang Chan, but then in bracket Moonlight Beach, if some of the foreigners have already used it, but after all, this is Thai place, so try to use a Thai name, maybe better. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I guess that I recommend. Yeah. And whenever you say the Thai word, say the provincial names or place, try to speak it in Thai accent. Say Rayong or Rayong or Pattaya or Chiang Mai. Not, please do not try to say this, but say Chiang Mai as a Thai word. Okay? Yeah.
Okay ค่ะ
It's okay. I think we can still use the Thai. This is, after all, similar to geographical names in each country. So be proud to be Thai.
Want to mention is that just one quick comment. Now, if you use the topographic map of 1 by 50,000, follow that because it's more official. Even Google Map is not that much official. Okay.
Okay.
No, if you have to tell me, oh, professor, in the topographic map also use the Moonlight Beach, then something like that. But I think that better to use Thai word.
So it should be แสงจันทร์ Beach, right?
SAENGCHAN. Hard in before that HAD. Hard Sang Chan.
Should be หาดแสงจันทร์ the
I
full
think
name.
so. As Dr. Panya said, you might want to consult the 1 to 50,000 topographic map and see if there is such a name, Hat Sang Chan, in the topographic map, or even in the provincial map. Then you might as well say Hat Sang Chan. This is after all the name of the topographic feature, like Got or แม่น้ำ or น้ำ or คลอง right? So we try to keep it.
Okay, I got it.
Don't follow Google Map, because Google Map is after all a lot of foreigners using it, and then it doesn't matter which one who is the first one who pinpointed and registered the location, and then they put in English name, so that's not a proper official name for the place. It's similar to แม่น้ำเจ้าพระยา. Sometimes people say เจ้าพระยา River is just for the sake of, people can understand it. It's your choice. Yeah. forgot about the comments. Why do you have to compare these two techniques? Using the satellite, the other one is using the GEE.
Pardon?
Oh, okay. Yeah, since you already show us the introduction page, so the introduction page is you are putting in too much stuff. Try to make it shorter, and you only focus on your left-hand side of the slide.
Yes.
What about the other half, like on your right-hand side? You didn't actually mention much about the photograph and the information, because after all, we cannot read it anyway. It's too small, the screen. And what is the point of having it here instead of, blowing up the introduction screen and tell us what is happening? And besides, the introduction is the slide that will give the audience the big question of your study, your hypothesis, and also the method of study. But this introduction is basically you talk about the data that you're using. Is that right?
I think it's data that I'm using and also the method that I use in this work also. Because the normalized different water index and modified normalized different water index is some kind of method, right?
Okay, from the introduction here, what is the big question?
The big question is is it functional to use the normalized index or on the Google Earth Engine platform to analyze the coastal change area?
Why do you need to use it?
Because the traditional way that we always use, it's consuming time and it's consumable resources, but the Google Earth Engine will be reduced over time and it use less resources of our computer.
Is there any other techniques or methods or data that you can make use of?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Is there any references that at least giving you some idea on the two techniques that you use for comparing?
Actually, I have some journal reference for the using of NDWI and MNDWI, and the other slide index, but I don't show in this presentation.
You said you already studied.
Yes, I started study.
You have to show us that in your literature review.
Yes.
And give us the reason why you use these methods in your study. Can you go on with the next slides also? Oh, there's a location maps for you, Professor. Next one. Ajahn, do you have any comments on this? To compare the using of satellite index. Is this one coming first before you have the result in monitoring?
So do you think that moonlight beach will be changed in the future or what? Or changed now? Or I don't get
Is
the
this
point.
pose a serious threat to the beach?
I just want to monitor the beach for a very long time. Actually, if we just go to the field survey or field check, we just go for 1 year, and after that, for the next many years, we will turn back to the same location. So I think I just try to find some method that can be used to monitor the beach for a long time and continue the monitor, not stop the monitor for the one short time for 1 year, and after that come back to monitor again in the next many years.
So that means that you can see some coastal change.
Yes, I think I can see some coastal change
By showing the image or what?
Yes, by using the satellite image and the satellite index that that will be got from the satellite image will make the image to more clear and more detailed.
And why moonlight beach is
Why
so
Hassan Chan?
important?
Actually, I think I want to compare before the beach construction begin, but I found that the limitation of the satellite Sentinel-2 image it begin at the 2018. So I think for the first step of this work, I think I just try to start with the Sentinel-2 and do my best with all the data that I can get. And for the next future, if I can, I will try to use some other satellite image that can be turned back to turn back to before 2018 to compare with this work.
Okay. Is there any man-made structure, just like artificial barrier from the image? Can you go back to your moonlight or แสงจันทร์หาดแสงจันทร์ This one here. Can you see something?
Yes,
What did you see?
it is. They are the man-made structure that
It's
use.
like an artificial barrier.
Yes,
In that case, you will see some kind of beach modification. If you know
yes,
the longshore current, if you know the tidal current really well, just like swash and backwash, then maybe you can manipulate or you can monitor your แสงจันทร์หาดแสงจันทร์ more easier than supposed to be. So this is the Google Map or what?
this picture is from Google Map,
At
but
night or during just joking.
okay.
Yeah, and then what you should do is you should mention about the use of your satellite image can you show us the objective? Before you mention about the objective, you may have to mention about your introduction part that NDWI and MNDWI gave us some examples of the use of this one, particularly land and sea boundary, something like that, that these kind of satellite image can be used very well. So people will say, oh, okay, you come to the right point. And then after that, oh, we trust you. So you can monitor your coastal change easier. So people will understand what happened. But now I'm not sure this one is important or not. Why do you have to use this? So you have to mention about the application of these kind of images first. And you have to take the Moonlight Beach as your study area because of what? Okay. Do you understand what I mean?
Not sure.
Not sure. I don't see why you have to use Moonlight Beach. I can use Pattaya Beach. Possible or not?
Possible.
So in that case, any kind of beach is okay. Is it right?
Yes.
But-
Oh, not really. Actually, NDWI should be used for the natural coastal, and MNDWI should be used for the man-made
Coastal area.
Yes.
Okay, I try to understand what you mean. So
Actually,
okay, reference. The last one is
proposal
reference.
is still not
You didn't
unstable.
mention.
It's still unstable.
Don't take it too serious. Okay.
Okay.
Don't forget to put the references. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Suwapap, for your presentation. And now we come to the last presentation today. I would like to invite Chakathorn Kaeopradik from Mineral Resources Analysis and Identification Division to give the presentation, please.
Thank you ครับผม Last but not least, my name is Chakathorn Kaeopradik, scientist practitioner level from the Division of Mineral Resources Analysis and Identification. What I'm gonna present is not IS, is not the individual study, but a little bit academic study, which the topic is the geochemical perspective of hot springs in Surat Thani, southern Thailand. So this is my agenda today, just 5 topics, and try to going quickly. The hot spring is the one of the geological phenomena that indicate the thermal energy under the Earth's surface. So the mainly objective of applying hot spring is bathing and treatment. And another thing that may impact to our globalization is the geothermal energy utilization. Why I choose Surat Thani, the hot spring area? Because the Surat Thani is the one of the most hot spring discovery in southern of Thailand. In the DMR record in 2003, there were 9 hot springs that observed. And in the fact, the chemical composition is one of the key thing that make the hot spring unique. So the objective of this study is to identify the chemical characterization of the hot spring. And another one is understanding of the geochemical interaction between rock and waters. This is my study area in Surat Thani in southern of Thailand. The main topography is the basin and along with the highest mountain in the western side. And there is the 2 main active fault in the north and the center of the area, which is the Ranong fault zone and Khong Marui fault zone. This made the one of the pathway through the water to the heat source in the subsurface. There is some of study in physical and chemical characterization that indicate the seawater intrusion from the Gulf of Thailand in the eastern part to the groundwater system. And from that study, they show the low entropy system for the potential of electricity utilization. That's why in the southern part is suitable for the bathing or the treatment. So this is a little bit of geological background for the hot spring. The hot spring classification in general, we can widely separate into 2 groups of the rock related origin. This is based on Raksa Skunwong in 2003. The one group is the granitic rock related, is more than 60 degrees Celsius surface temperature that we can find in the surface. And another thing is the non-granitic rocks related, that we still believe that the groundwater rock is filtered into the permeable bedrock and down to the granitic body into the deeper parts and flow up again to make it spring. But in the recent, in 20 and 21, there is another classification by this reference. They try to classify into the 2 groups of the origin. The first one is volcanic origin, which is may show the higher temperature is up to 180 Celsius degree, and some observed of fumaro, and there was rely in the ring of fire in terms of the origin. And another thing is the non-volcanic origin is quite same like in the non-granitic origin from the upper. Because of the water is circulate down into the deeper part and get the heat from the radioactive decay from the granitic rock body. That's why the surface temperature is vary from cold to hot, like 25 to 100. We back to the Thailand hot spring. From now in 2008, there were records that more than 114 hot springs that document in Thailand, but not in Korat Plateau because of the thick of the strata. And Laksa Skunwong can classify the group of hot spring around the Thailand into 4 groups, like in the picture in left side, relate on the surface hot spring temperature. And in the southern part of the study in 20 and 21, they observed that the hot spring temperature is between 40 to 80 of the 30 hot spring. And this is my methodology to study of this research. The first step is the literature review of the geological background and some previous hot springs database. And after that, we go into the field and collect the sampling the hot spring water in the field. By using these announcements of the determination of water quality standard for sample collection. And after that, we back to the laboratory for analysis by using these 2 standard methods from US EPA and AWWA. By the advanced analytical techniques and the method. And after we get the chemical data of the hot spring, we interpretation in terms of the chemicals composition and geothermal interpretation. This is my expected result from the geochemical data. The first one is hot spring phase sheet. In the right side, you may see the triangular diagram or the diamond shape diagram, which is the Piper diagram, is commonly used to identify the waters, and they can characterize by the geochemical composition. And another thing is in the middle picture is the GIF diagram. This is the one that I use for the water and rock interaction in terms of the chemical composition. We can define the origin of the chemical that's solute in the water. And that's all of my presentation, and thank you.
Okay, look like it's raining outside, isn't it? Well, same as the other person, you don't have the references. No reference.
I think I put a lot of the reference. Which reference do you need?
No, I mean that reference on the last page in general.
Oh, okay.
Okay. For instance, what is Piper diagram? People don't know unless you get to the point that who make this kind of Piper diagram. Another thing is when you say some people or you quote some people who is or who are Thai. For instance, Laksa Skunwong. If you know him well, or if you understand, sometimes you may read some of his paper in Thai. We normally say his first name as well. For instance, Manop Raksa Skunwong, to be respect or to make an honor for him. Okay. What's supposed to be the method that you use for your analysis? Because you are going to produce Piper diagram, you just have to go there and then you collect some sample, isn't it? you measure things. What is that?
The standard method is provided from this standard method from US EPA, and there is suggest us the method to digest the sample before we go to the analysis.
Method, but what kind of method? Is it by using AA or by using XIF or by using just
or we use the three of the instrument in the picture is AAS, the atomic absorption spectrometer, the right one. This one is the ICP-OES, and this one is ISE ion selective analyzers.
in Surat Thani itself, where it's supposed to be the location of the hot springs?
I don't mention it in the presentation, so sorry. This is the map show the location of the hot spring, which is the red dot with the blue circle.
So some of them is far away from your granites, protons. Some of them is located nearby the granite protons. Some of them is nearby the fault. So there are three kinds of hot spring locations. I would guess that you may get the chemical data differently. That means that maybe you can get some in terms of the hot spring nearby the granitic protons. Maybe you can get some high potassium. Away from the fault, you may get some low magnesium, something like that. And even the chlorine content, sulfur content, something like that. Probably not the same. And then after that, based on your Piper diagram, what is the main purpose of the Piper diagram?
The main purpose of the Piper diagram is to classify the water types related on the chemical composition.
So what's supposed to be the result?
Yes, it's supposed
No,
to be the
what
result.
is the result? The result is based on your chemical data. You can tell us that the location of the hot spring is the main controls for the chemical composition of hot spring or not, or they are all the same, isn't it? So in that case, this is supposed to be the expected result, not the hot spring phases. That is a kind of normal result, but the expected result is something which is something or output that you can get from your discussion part. Okay. Among 6 locations or 9 locations, I forgot, in Surat Thani, hot spring. Which one is the maximum temperature?
Based on the data that in the literature review, just only one in the central. Let me show you in this.
Which is not related to
this one.
Yeah, I know, because I enjoy working with the hot spring, that's why. And nothing concerned about fault, nothing concerned about granite. So it's non-granite. Is that volcanic as well, or you don't know yet? No. See why this is important? Because I think that the main controlling factor for this is fault control, but they don't have this in your map. It's okay. Just want to mention that. Okay, that's all.
Thank you for your efforts, advice.
ภาษาไทยได้ไหมคะสงสัยที่บอกว่าไม่มี reference นะคะอาจารย์หมายความว่าเพราะว่าหน้าสุดท้ายคือเพราะว่าเห็นเราใส่ reference เยอะมากเลย ตรงเฉพาะแค่หน้าสุดท้ายใช่ไหมคะ
เท่าที่ฟังจากอาจารย์หมายความว่าคือคนส่วนมากเขาจะไม่รู้หรอกว่า Piper diagram มันคืออะไร แล้วมันมีหน้าที่เอาไว้ทำอะไร อาจจะต้องเมนชั่นตัวนี้เข้าไปหรือว่าถ้าต้องการไปหาจริงๆจะต้องหาจากไหนอะไรเงี้ยครับ
เอาข้อมูลของการวิเคราะห์สมมติเราไปเก็บน้ำเสร็จเรียบร้อยเอามาวัดเราก็ได้เปอร์เซ็นต์ของโซเดียมของโพแทสเซียมของแคลเซียม3 อันหลักๆแล้วก็จะมีคลอไรด์ซัลเฟอร์ออกซิเจนเวลาเรามาใส่ใน Piper diagram เราก็จะรู้ถ้าหากว่ามันมี composition เดียวกันมันจะจับกลุ่มอยู่ในพวกเดียวกันมันบอกได้ทันทีแต่เท่าที่ผมทำการศึกษาHot Spring เนี่ยผมทำอยู่บริเวณเดียวก็คือภาคตะวันออกเพราะมันใกล้บ้านผมเห็นว่ามันอะไรที่มันอยู่ใกล้ฟอลมันให้ composition อย่างหนึ่งอะไรที่มันอยู่ไกลออกไปจากฟอลเพราะผมสนใจเรื่องฟอลผมไม่ได้สนใจเรื่องแกรนิตหรือ non granitic หรือ volcanic หรือไม่ใช่ volcanic นี่หรอมาแต่ถ้าเกิดเขาทำอย่างเงี้ยพอคุณบอกว่าคุณมี classification เยอะมากเลยคุณต้องอธิบายเยอะคุณฆ่าตัวตายนี่หรอนะเพราะคุณก็มานั่งดูแล้วโอ้โหลิโทโลจีมันไม่เหมือนกันคุณต้องไปตัดทินเซกชันบาบอคอแตกแล้วมาบอกว่ามันไม่ใช่ตัวนี้และไม่ใช่ตัวนั้นมันเสี่ยงถ้าเป็นผมเป็นคุณนะผมรู้ว่าส่วนใหญ่แล้วเนี่ยฮอตสปริงมันมักจะรีเลทหรือไม่รีเลทกับฟอลวิว2 อย่างเพราะฉะนั้นคุณต้องไปบอกว่าจาก previous work รักษาสกุลวงก็ได้เขาก็พูดไว้อยู่แล้วล่ะใกล้กับฟอลกับไม่ใกล้กับฟอลจบเลยแล้วคุณส่วนใหญ่เวลาคุณไปทำทั้งใจมันก็จะใกล้กับฟอลโอเคนะครับโอเคไหม
ขออนุญาตค่ะ อาจารย์ค่ะ ได้ยินไหมคะ
ได้ยินชัดเลยค่ะ
อันนี้เป็นคำถามส่วนตัวนะคะพอดีเพิ่งไปบ่อน้ำร้อนมาการใกล้ฟอลหรือไม่ใกล้ฟอลเนี่ยค่ะมันมีผลโดยตรงกับซัลเฟอร์ที่ขึ้นมาไหมคะ
มากมายมหาศาลแต่ที่บางในญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยเขาจะเอาซัลเฟอร์ไปสัมพันธ์กับพวกโวลคานิกเขาก็จะไปเปรียบเทียบโวลคานิกกับนอนโวลคานิกในไทยในญี่ปุ่นเคยมาไทยแล้วก็ทำการศึกษาเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของฮอตสปริงเขาสรุปว่าเป็นแกรนิตกับไม่ใช่แกรนิตผมสนใจ Active Fault ผมก็เลยสนใจว่ามันใกล้ Fault กับไม่ใกล้ Fault แต่ถ้าหากว่าเอาในญี่ปุ่นซัลเฟอร์ส่วนใหญ่มาจากพวกโวลคานิก
คือที่ทิพย์ถามนะคะเพราะทิพย์เปรียบเทียบนะคะว่าอย่างสุราษฎร์นะคะที่ทิพย์เพิ่งไปมาเนี่ยมันเห็นได้ชัดเจนเลยว่าโอเคแหละมันห่างจากแกรนิตจริงแต่ว่าทิพย์ไม่ได้มีหลักฐานเรื่องฟอสนะคะแต่ที่สังเกตคือฮอตสปริงมันไม่มีซัลเฟอร์แต่พอเปรียบเทียบกับภาคเหนือค่ะทั้งลำปางทั้งเชียงใหม่อะค่ะกลิ่นซัลเฟอร์มันรุนแรงมากเลยนึกสงสัยว่าจริงๆแล้วมันมีผลเกี่ยวเนื่องกันใช่ไหม
เชียงใหม่เนี่ยพอตอบได้เขาก็สรุปกันว่าเขามีแมกมาติกเขาเรียกว่า active magmatism อยู่ข้างใต้แล้วก็พอมา active fault มันมาถึงจุดมันมาชนกับไอ้พวก active magmatism สิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นก็คือมันเกิด hot spring เพราะฉะนั้นในเวลาที่ผมสนใจเรื่อง active fault ผมสนใจจะไปดูปลายสุดของ active fault มันมักจะให้ hot spring เสมอเลยอันนี้ก็จะเป็น conclusion ของผมที่ผมใช้ในการศึกษาเรื่อง active fault
ขอบคุณค่ะคิดว่าน่าจะได้ไอเดียนิดนึงในการไปสำรวจเพิ่ม
ถ้าไม่มีใคร
ใครจะถามเลยไหม
ไม่มีแล้วนะคะ
อยากกลับบ้านแล้วใช่ไหมเลิกเลยก็ได้ครับ
ค่ะขอบพระคุณอาจารย์มากนะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้ ผู้นำเสนอคนสุดท้ายนะคะคุณจักรทรนะคะค่ะในนามของผู้จัดการโครงการพัฒนาค่ะ
จะรับปิดนะขอบคุณคุณจักรพรก่อนนะ
ขอบคุณผู้จัดและกก่อนค่ะในนามของผู้จัดนะคะกทจัดโครงการพัฒนาบุคลากรด้านภาษาอังกฤษนะคะหรือ Pre-Master English Program นะคะครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งที่3นะคะครั้งสุดท้ายแล้วหลังจากที่เราจัดมา3ครั้งตั้งแต่พฤษภานะคะวันที่11มีนาก่อนแล้วก็พฤษภาด้วยความมันห่างกันจนนี้เป็นครั้งสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะทั้งผู้จัดหวังอย่างยิ่งว่าองค์ความรู้ที่ทุกท่านได้รับนะคะจะนำไปพัฒนาศักยภาพนะคะในการจัดทำผลงานวิจัยนะคะแล้วก็ให้มันมีมาตรฐานแล้วก็สร้างความมั่นใจในการที่จะนำเสนอต่อไปเพื่อพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็พัฒนาองค์กรต่อไปนะคะค่ะทั้งนี้ในผู้จัดขอบพระคุณอาจารย์ดร.ทิติมากแล้วก็อาจารย์ปัญญามากนะคะที่มาให้ความรู้ของพวกเราตลอด3ครั้งที่ผ่านมานะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้เข้าร่วมทุกท่านนะคะโดยที่
ก่อนอื่นขอให้นักเรียนลูกศิษย์ทุกท่านตบมือให้อาจารย์
ปรบมือให้
อี
อาก จารย์
ค่ะ
ค่ะ
ต้องขอบคุณอย่างสูงนะคะ
ปรบมือให้นักเรียนด้วย
ก่อปิ
ที่
นิด
ตั้ง
นึ
ใจฟัง
ขอเรียนแจ้งนิดนึงนะคะว่าเดี๋ยวทางกอทนะคะ จะมีใบประกาศนียบัตรให้กับผู้ที่เข้าร่วมในการอบรมทั้ง3ที่มีทั้ง3ครั้งเนี่ยนะคะแต่ว่าสำหรับใบประกาศเราจะให้สำหรับผู้ที่เข้าร่วมนะคะ2 ใน 3 ครั้งเพราะว่าบางคนอาจจะเข้าไม่ครบแล้วก็มี certificate สำหรับผู้ที่นำเสนอข้อเสนอโครงการด้วยนะคะซึ่งก็เป็นประโยชน์ต่อตัวน้องๆเองนะคะแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวจะนัดหมายคือจะนำเสนอทิปดีนะคะเพื่อลงนามในใบประกาศแล้วก็จะมีของตอบแทนให้น้องๆนะคะที่ได้มาเข้าร่วมแล้วก็ร่วมนำเสนอแลกเปลี่ยนเรียนรู้ด้วยกันนะคะต้องขอบคุณมากๆเลยค่ะ
มีเพิ่มเติมอีกนิดนึงนะคะอันนี้ดร.ทิติฝากมานะคะสำหรับท่านใดที่ยังไม่ได้ส่งข้อเสนอโครงการสามารถส่งตัว proposal หรือตัวที่เป็น presentation file หรือทั้งสองแบบได้เลยนะคะส่งมาที่กท.เพื่อจะรวบรวมส่งให้พี่ทิติเพื่อให้ความเห็นในตัวข้อเสนอได้ตลอดเลยนะคะ
ก่อนปิดนิดนึงนะคะขอถ่ายรูปหมู่ร่วมกันนิดนึงได้ไหมคะสำหรับผู้ที่ยืนหยัดยืนยงอยู่กับเรา จนถึงณเวลานี้นะคะเกือบ4:30แล้วนะคะค่ะรบกวนขอถ่ายภาพทางออนไลน์ร่วม
ผมมีนิดเดียวครับขอ
ค่ะ
โทษทีเมื่อกี้ผมเห็น proposal บางคนเนี่ยนะมันมีทั้งภาษาไทยภาษาอังกฤษมีน้อยคนที่เป็นภาษาอังกฤษล้วนๆถ้าทำได้เนี่ยมันจะเป็นการ practice พวกเราเองอ่ะมีทางที่จะปรับบางอันหรือบางย่นบางอันเอาที่ไม่สำคัญออกแล้วก็เอาที่เป็นภาษาอังกฤษจับใส่เข้ามามันจะทำให้ดูว่ามันเป็นสิ่งที่เป็นคอร์สฝึกอบรม English practice จริงๆนะ
สุรเชษฐ์อยู่หน้าจอไหมคะโอเคขอบคุณค่ะเอาพัดนับด้วยนะคะเอาพร้อมไหมคะงั้นเดี๋ยวพี่นับนะคะเอานะคะยิ้มหวานๆ1 2 3ค่ะแชะอีกครั้งนะคะแป๊บหนึ่งนะคะโอเคค่ะอีกครั้งนะคะแป๊บหนึ่งนะคะพร้อมไหมคะโอเคค่ะ1 2 3สมัยโอเคค่ะขอบคุณมากนะคะขอบคุณทุกท่านเลยค่ะสำหรับในห้องประชุมจะขอรบกวนถ่ายรูปตรงด้านหน้าห้องประชุมนิดนึงนะคะค่ะขอบคุณค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านค่ะขอบคุณผอ.สุภาพรด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ